Ciao dall'Italia!
Ciao! Hola from Colombia. Hello from the Netherlands.
Okay, just say hello, welcome to the Rotax Grand Finals.
At the same time.
Ahoj, vítejte na Rotaxovém Grand Finále.
First time for both of us. 22 out of 23. So I missed the first one, 1999, but yeah, been to every other one. Yeah.
This is my second time. Marhaba, welcome to the Rotax Grand Finals. Last time when I was in Bahrain, I started last, but I climbed to 8th position at the end.
2001, I won the Masters in Malaysia.
Making it to the final in 2021, yeah, that was really good.
Hola y bienvenidos al Grand Final.
Welcome to the Rotax Masters Grand Final.
欢迎来到 Rotax Grand Final.
My expectations basically are to, I think, progress.
World champion, obviously. There's only one answer.
Pride and respect and excitement.
I think I'm like one of the first drivers qualified from Saudi to the Grand Finals.
Obviously there are champions from all the countries and the cars are the same, the engine, so it's very close together and it's very competitive, and that just makes it so special.
It's going to be a fun experience.
We can't wait for the week ahead.
Go Chinese Taipei! Viva Belgium!
Go South Africa!
Thank you. In Hungarian, say hello and welcome to the Grand Finals in Hungarian.
Köszönöm szépen, hogy itt lehetek a Grand Finalen. Thank you. Forza Jane.
Yes.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the home of British karting, Paul Fletcher International, for what is the final race day of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. In 84 days' time, a multitude of different nationalities, probably the best part of just over 400 drivers, will head to the Bahrain International Karting Circuit between December the 2nd and December the 9th to stake their claim to become a Grand Finals champion. But at this moment, the 13 tickets that will be up for grabs today are yet to be decided. Hello, it's Alex Goldschmidt up in the commentary position, just overlooking the start-finish straight, welcoming you all to what will be an exciting, action-packed season finale. And also, it marks the end of a particular moment in the fact that earlier on this week, a new promoter has been assigned for the Euro Trophy moving forward, as we here at Camp Company GmbH will move aside and WSK Promotion SRL will take governance as of 2024. Marks the end of 6 seasons which started back in April of 2018 at the home of champions Karting Genk. But let's take a look back at yesterday. We did, first of all, have quite a lot of exciting races, quite a few of them completed, but we did have a shortened day due to medical assistants not being able to be on the circuit. We also had multiple drivers just being checked over, making sure they're okay. However, the racing is going to get underway a little bit earlier than planned, so thank you for everyone joining us on the official Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy stream. So we have multiple different classes in competition: E20 Junior, E20 Senior, E20 Masters, Mini, Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters. About the best part of nearly 170 drivers from over 20 different nations have descended on this 1,382-metre circuit that has been in operation since 1994 and extended to its current length that includes the iconic Litchfield Bridge back in 2011. It has hosted European karting events. It's also hosted the CIK FIA World Championships back in 2017, where a certain Danny Curl took the world title. Also, there's another person that I wanted to leave until today, the man that has the all-time record for the Motorsport UK Kart Masters British Kart Grand Prix, 9-time GP plate champion, Ben Barnicoat. And his family is also very much entrenched here at the circuit. A big thank you to also everyone at the team here at Trent Valley Kart Club for making this event possible, and all the people that have been helping out, including Meditech, the people who are providing the medical services, the marshals, everybody in race control, Ryan, our flag marshal, Dan Ashton, David Manchester, Nigel Edwards, Claire Mills, Paul Fletcher. There are so many people to list. We on behalf of everybody here at Cam Company GmbH, we would like to say a very, very big thank you to you all for being part of what has been, for me personally, a bit of an emotional moment. I still remember being a wet behind the ears commentator in on April 20th, making the journey to karting Genk. And here we are in September of 2023. So there you can see the AM timetable. We still have 5 heats out of the 24 that still need to run. We did have a red flag stoppage during during Minimax, but I have been assured that the drivers have been checked out accordingly as we are getting ready for what will be our first of 5 heats. Then we go into the second chance heat, or as most people would know in the United Kingdom, the repechage. It's the final chance for those drivers that won't make it through the top 30 that automatically qualify for the pre-final and the finals later on today. So the top 6 from that will then proceed into the top 36. That's the maximum capacity grid that we will have on juniors and seniors. 1 ranking after heats has already been set in stone. That is E20. They completed all 3 heats, and the ranking after heats leaders are as follows. E20 Junior, Joshua Graham. Spencer Braun took a clean sweep in E20 Senior, and Andreas Matis is the current leader after the ranking after heats, and he still leads the way in the championship points. I did see Noah Janssen mentioning about his dad, who is mechanicking for Andreas, as the drivers now getting themselves ready. We're just a couple of minutes away. Dan Ashton has got his Sunday best on today, as always, when it's an appearance either at Kart Masters or the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, and also here at the finale of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. But coming back to now juniors, who will be going out very, very shortly, we have had 5 out of the 5 heats so far, 3 different winners. Kenzo Craigie has already booked his place on pretty much pole position for the pre-final today with 3 wins already. Archie Clark, the 247 from KR Sport, and the 298 from Argenti Motorsport. Joshua Graham, who's one of a handful of drivers doing double duty, running in their respective Rotax classes, but also going over to the fully charged tent for Project E20. Also, with regards to that, seniors, we've had 4 heats so far. Kai Hunter's got 2 victories. Macaulay Bishop and Matthew Higgins have got 1 apiece. DD2, David Outlichner and Martin Van Leeuwen, they have got a win apiece in DD2. Nicolas Picot has picked up both wins in DD2 Masters, and in Mini, Cole Denham has already booked his place on pole position for the pre-final later on today with 3 wins. Albert Friend and Kian Bernard have picked up the other 2 victories, as they still have 1 more heat to go. Now time to get underway with the first heat here on race on finals day. It's Heat 6, Groups B versus C in Junior Rotax. Let's have a look at the starting grid. So Joshua Graham starts on pole position. He's going to have Archie Clark alongside him, and they both picked up a win yesterday each. Casper Schurmans and Thomas Ingram Hill will be on row number 2. Ollie Wise and Joshua Smith on row 3. Adayman Bansal from India and the UK's Adam Woodham rounds out the top 8. Lewis Goff and Adas Majauskis complete the top 10. Max Cuthbert and Armand Hamilton on row 6. Row 7, August Raber from the UAE, and from the Netherlands, Dave Stevens. It's an all-Dutch affair on row 8. Kricknuren and Boris Maximov alongside each other. Freddie Lloyd and Olivia Jonkers round out row 9, ahead of Henry Cameron and Kasper Nissen from Denmark, who round out the top 20. Bolstering the rear of the field will be Julian Kovacevic from Germany and Carl Kriston Tukru from Estonia. And, well, we've just had a little bit of a development. The 225 has just pulled up. And that's Carl Kriston Tukru, so will not be taking the start. So down to 21 drivers. That means that Carl Kriston Tukru will more than likely be in the junior Rotax second chance heat. That's due to take place at 11 o'clock this morning. As credit to the marshalling crew on the circuit here at Paul Fletcher International. We're getting the 225 out of the way of a live circuit. So the drivers now weave from side to side. They steel themselves and get ready for their final heat of this competition. The red lights are on the gantry, ahead of 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. Joshua Graham on pole, Archie Clark alongside on the front row. As they now slow out to the final corner. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out, first time around away. Good start by the front row. As they all make their way through the Bruno Ferrari S's under the Litchfield Bridge for the opening time. Joshua Graham holds on to the lead. Archie Clark remains in second position. Someone a little bit wide coming up at the top part of the banking as they go over the Litchfield Bridge for the first time. Down the hill through turn number 4, bit of a run wide. Oh, someone nearly went rally crossing out at turn number 4. Coming off the Litchfield Bridge. Thomas Ingram Hill went a little bit wide as well as one of the drivers. That is the 258 of Joshua Smith as they're all trying to squabble for real estate as someone's gone off the circuit. Looks to be Ollie Wise in the 256. Manages to regain composure and control on the circuit. Joshua Graham leads the field going into Bobby Gain corner on the opening lap ahead of Archie Clark, Thomas Ingram Hill, Kasper Schormans. Schorman's actually admitted to me in a chat this morning, it's a little bit more difficult than I anticipated. And I said, well, sometimes you've got to be strategic. And that's what a lot of these drivers who race here on a regular basis will know about. Graham leads after the opening lap. Clark in second. Ingram Hill right on the back bumper of the 247 from Leicester. As all sideways from Joshua Graham, Archie Clark gets compromised, and as a result of that, now Kasper Schormans dives into the lead, through into turn 3 onto the Litchfield Bridge, past Thomas Ingram Hill, who managed to have the lead for about 5 seconds. Now the fight begins with 5.5 minutes on the clock. Schormans leads the way, Graham in second. Now in third position, well, it's definitely not Archie Clark. He's side by side with Thomas Ingram Hill coming out of the second hairpin. It's the 289. And that is Adam Wooden, who's managed to get his way up into third place. A little bit of jostling for position heading into Bobby Gain corner just outside of the top 10. Couple of drivers going wide, going into the approach into the Mike Wilson complex. But Kasper Schormans now starting to build a slight lead ahead of Joshua Graham as we complete lap number 2. 3/10. Plus change is the gap between Kasper Schormans and Joshua Graham. Battle between Thomas Ingram Hill in 4th and Adam Woodham, who rounds out the top 3. Archie Clark's trying to strive forward. He's now down in 6th place. As it looks like possibly Taze Stevens has made his way up the order through into hairpin number 1. Pack of 5-6 drivers with Armand Hamilton just blasting his way past Taze Stevens into the second hairpin. A little bit further back, the 274 of Lewis Goff might have just got past Boris Maximov, but Joshua Graham now starting to put the pressure onto Kasper Schormans. Thomas Ingram Hill looking up the inside through Bobby Gain corner, gets through on Adam Wooden and into the approach into the Mike Wilson complex. So does Archie Clark. So Adam Wooden within 2 corners drops from 3rd to 5th. But the top 2 now starting to stretch the legs on their respective carts. Gap between 2nd and 3rd is now nearly 9/10 of a second as Schormans and Graham go up the hill, over the banking, up towards the Litchfield Bridge, getting a little bit close for comfort just outside of the top 5. The pack racing is very much in effect here at Paul Fletcher International. Bit of a gesticulation there from Armand Hamilton, as if to say to the driver in front, come on, move, let's go and push. Now halfway through this final junior Rotax heat. Heat 6, groups B and C. Thomas Ingram Hill at the moment fending off Archie Clark for 3rd place. Adam Wooden has got the ringside seat in 5th as they go through into the Mike Wilson complex, having exited Bobby Game Corner. And Clark is going to get the opportunity of coming out of the final corner, have the slipstream, runs a little bit wide with both wheels out of the final corner. He's about a couple of kart lengths behind, which roughly equates to just over 0.2 of a second. There has been a change for position just outside of the top 5. Clark dives up the inside. Brilliant anticipation there from Archie Clark. Thomas Ingram Hill runs a little bit wide coming off the Litchfield Bridge and drops to 4th. Now Adam Wooden looks to strike up the inside of the first hairpin, gets through. Ingram Hill doesn't fight it that much. He knows that there's still plenty of time to maybe get a position or 2 back at this stage. But Joshua Graham is right on the rear bumper of Casper Schurman's going through the Fullerton S's. Now into Bobby Game Corner. Go the top 5, make that the top 6. As Ollie Wise now has made his way a little bit further up the order in the meantime. He's actually now behind Archie Clark. So Wise got past Wooden and then got past Ingram Hill when Archie Clark did that great old dive bomb through turn 4. 87 thousandths was the gap between Shawmans and Graham as they crossed the line to complete lap number 5. Up towards the Litchfield Bridge, now over it, through the right-hander, down the dip. You can really build up some acceleration and some velocity heading down to the one of the hardest braking zones on the circuit. The approach to the hairpin number 1 here at Paul Fletcher International. Just over 90 seconds plus an additional lap of this race remains. Everyone's still running at the minute, all the way down to 21st. And the field is tightly packed over the line. They were covered by just under 7 seconds. Now, Casper Schurmans has been at the sharp end of the field all weekend long, so far in the heats yesterday, but he hasn't picked up a victory. And that could be quite crucial. He's currently sitting 6th in the championship, not considering drop scores, 402 points from the young man from Born in the Netherlands. Over the Litchfield Bridge, Joshua Graham, I think, has just gone up the inside. He has. He's got the lead. Shawman's drifted wide, and that's going to allow Archie Clark to go on the offensive. The 247 goes round the outside of the 240. Is he going to make it stick? His 2 wheels on the grass, and he made it through. Great work there by Archie Clark, and here comes Ollie Wise. He gets a little bit of a touch from Armand Hamilton. Here comes Thomas Ingram Hill. They're nearly 3 wide. Just behind 3rd position going into the Fullerton S's. Armand Hamilton makes it through to 4th. Ollie Wise 5th, Thomas Ingram Hill 6th. And just behind them, there's the likes of Lewis Goff, Dave Stevens, Freddie Lloyd, and Joshua Smith, amongst others, as we now will head on to the penultimate lap of the race. And Joshua Graham is clear. He's checked out. 1.4 seconds. Shawmans goes toe-to-toe into the Bruno Ferrari S's and gets through on Archie Clark for 2nd. Timer has now expired. And behind Casper Schurmans, there's a little bit of a freight train starting to emerge as Graham powers his way down towards the first hairpin. Back end snaking to the left-hand side as he applies the brakes very, very hard indeed. Archie Clark again trying to do his level best to get past Casper Schurmans. Heading into the opening hairpin, into hairpin number 2. He's got through, and there's a turnaround. That's Dave Stevens. Oh, and I've just seen that the 258 of Joshua Smith has just ended up rear-ending somebody. And there's Archie Clark. Archie Clark is off the circuit. Oh, was there drama between him and Armand, one of the other drivers just behind? Because we are just about to come to the end of the race very, very shortly, as the last lap board is going to be at this time. Joshua Graham now leads and has got a country mile of a gap between himself and Ollie Wise, who's now in 2nd. Fast Freddie Lloyd now in 3rd and now goes for 2nd into the Bruno Ferrari SEC sideways as he turned the kart to the right-hand side and gets through for 2nd. Shawmans is now fighting back, looking for the crisscross on Ollie Wise, and he gets it up the banking. Through into turn 3 onto the Litchfield Bridge. And just behind, well, Max Cuthbert has sprung up the order from 11th, and he's now battling away with what looks to be Thomas Ingram Hill just in front of him. Incredible what has just happened in this final heat. As the 261 of Fast Freddie Lloyd has now got Max Cuthbert hot on his case. But very shortly, checkered flag by Flag Marshal Ryan is just about to come out, and it's going to wave because your winner in the final heat of the weekend for Junior Road Tax is Argenti Motorsports, Joshua Graham. Armand Hamilton takes second. Third, Fast Freddie Lloyd. Max Cuthbert from 11th on the grid to finish fourth. Ollie Wise was in second for the briefest of moments, now ends up fifth. Boaz Maximov, Kasper Schurmans, Krik Knorren, August Raber and Joshua Smith round out the top 10. Lewis Goff, Thomas Ingram Hill, Adam Wooden, Julian Kovacevic, Raymond Bansel, Olivia Yonkers, Aras Michalskis, Tay Stevens, Henry Cameron, Casper Nissen, and Archie Clark, unfortunately ending up at the tail end, Charlie of the field in 21st, as Carl Christian Tukru did not make the start, broke down on the formation lap, but there has been a penalty given to Joshua Smith for leaving the for a 3-second time penalty. First one this weekend of having two wheels out of the tram lines, but Joshua Graham really puts himself on the best foot forward for the final round of the season. Now we go to the penultimate heat for senior road tax. It's heat number 5, groups A versus D. And let's have a look at your starting grid. On pole position, it's going to be Kai Hunter. He's already taken 2 wins. If he takes a third, he's on pole for the pre-final later on today. Sean Butcher, the defending champion, is alongside him on the front row, with young rookie hotshot Tommy van der Stroy on the inside of row number 2. He's got the 2021 Senior Road Tax European Champion and also the Grand Finals champion that year in Bahrain alongside him. Strawberry Racing's Callum Bradshaw. Archie Walker and Kai Hillertz round out row number 3. Sverre Ubben and Tyler Harris on row 4. Completing the top 10, it's Austria's Lukas Schlegel and the man leading the points coming into this final round, Mark Kimber. Well, Lewis Gilbert and Lukas Schlegel, my apologies, they're on row 5, completing the top 10. Mark Kimber, Miles Barthorpe, row 6. Row 7, Frederick Zebbis Christensen and William Pemble. Completing the 23-strong grid will be as follows. Monty Gomarsson, William Christensen, William Antrobus, Caden McQueen, Brandon Klein Nagelvort, Danny Shields, James Lingard, Drew Perry and James Johnson. Red lights are ignited on the starting gantry ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. Before drop scores are taken into consideration heading into this round, it is 4 points between Mark Kimber, who leads the way on 467, playing 463 with Sean Butcher. Kai Hillertz is third on 416, with Austin Lee fourth on 382. Devian Hurst, who I understand is not here this weekend, is currently fifth, but that will more than likely change because Tommy van der Stroy is rounding out the top 6 on 374. Tied on points with Lachlan Robinson, now racing in GT4 Germany, and Matthew Higgins, who has taken a heat win yesterday. After the end of the season, the best 10 of 12 results will go towards the respective drivers' championship points, as Sean Butcher pulls alongside Kai Hunter on the exit of the Mike Wilson complex. The field slows to a crawl. The red lights on the gantry. They come out of the final corner. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. First time we're underway. Good start by Kai Hunter as he has Tommy van der Stroy slotting right in behind him, going in through the Bruno Ferraris for the opening time. Yes, there's someone with an exit stage right going up the banking as van der Stroy is looking to make a move, and he does so through turn 4 off of the Litchfield Bridge. They're 2-3 abreast at the back end of the field, heading down out of turn number 4. Van der Stroy leads the way. Second, it is Kai Hunter. Third, it's Callum Bradshaw. Fourth, it's Sean Butcher. Fifth is Kai Hillertz. Lewis Gilbert now up into 6th. He's ahead of Archie Walker. And then the 9-8-4 of Tyler Harris just behind as they make their way through the Fullerton S's on the opening lap. Now into the sweeping right-hander here at Bobby Game Corner. Into the Mike Wilson complex. Kai Hunter is less than a kart length behind. Tommy van der Stroy onto the entrance and is just slightly further back on the exit. Lap 1 in the books. Van der Stroy leads by just over 0.17 of a second. Bradshaw, third. Butcher, Hillertz, Gilbert, Walker, Harris. That's your top 8. Sverre Ubben and Mark Kimber round out the top 10. Now off of the Litchfield Bridge go the top 15 as Van der Stroy stays on the racing line. Move by Kai Hillertz on Sean Butcher through into the first hairpin. Butcher looking to try to go for the inside, but he's now had Lewis Gilbert up the inside as the Scotsman gets through on the 301. Archie Walker is there just behind Sean Butcher. The two KR Sport teammates just behind have got the 984 from MLC Motorsport. Tyler Harris is now. Kai Hunter tries to put a move onto Tommy van der Stroy, but Callum Bradshaw is closing on in. Top 3 last time were covered by just over 5.5 tenths. Now make that just over 4.5 tenths. 0.19 separating van der Stroy and Hunter. Van der Stroy was also taking part in the Trent Valley Kart Club meeting last weekend as they make their way down the hill through into the opening hairpin. And this time, Kai Hunter strikes back, gets through, retakes the race lead. Bradshaw swarming to the right of Van der Stroys, who responds in kind and puts in a defensive block on the 325. Van der Stroys threads the eye of the needle. Bradshaw gets through as well at the Fullerton S's, and now they're all being concertinaed. Van der Stroys is really making that 311 Tony cut as wide as possible. Realis up the inside of Hunter. And now the two KR Sports, well, Sean Butcher's managed to get through. So is Tyler Harris. Archie Walker's going side by side, having sidewall contact. Could that possibly have been with Kai Hunter? And Van der Stroy still holds on for the race lead after lap number 3. 7 minutes to go. Van der Stroy at the moment is making good his intentions, as if to say, I'm not here just to make up the numbers. Lewis Gilbert has scythed his way through from 9th on the grid. Bradshaw and Gilbert look to go up the inside of Van der Stroy through the opening hairpin. And there goes Rilitz as well. Van der Stroy runs wide and then keeps 3rd position. The run down to the Fullerton S's continues. There's a little bit of juxtaposing for position around about P5, P6. As now Bradshaw has the lead. Gilbert hot on his case in 2nd position, the 329 from Kraft Motorsport, the pride of Scotland. Lewis Gilbert looking to make good his intentions to see what he can bring to the party. He's currently 9th in the championship standings, heading into the final stages of the championship. 0.173 separating Bradshaw and Gilbert as they go through the Bruno Ferrari S's once again. Now on lap number 5. Van der Stroy very much on the coattails of the 329 from Dalry in Ayrshire in Scotland. Rilitz is keeping with them. Tyler Harris now 5th. Mark Kimber now 6th. As now up the inside goes Van der Stroy on Gilbert. Rilitz now up to 2nd. Now he gets through on Bradshaw. And another change because Van der Stroy is now ahead of Gilbert, back again for 3rd place. 5 minutes and 25 seconds plus an additional lap still remains in this penultimate senior road tax heat. Top 4 last time were covered by just over 5.5 tenths of a second as they exit the Mike Wilson complex out of the final corner. Lap 5 completed. Top 3 covered by 6 tenths. Rilitz now just over 2 tenths ahead of Bradshaw as some are going side by side, wheel to wheel through the Bruno Ferrari S's just outside of the top 10. Mark Kimber now is in 5th ahead of Sean Butcher. They are just 4 points adrift coming into this final round of the championship as Lewis Gilbert now looks to go up the inside of Callum Bradshaw through into the right-hand hairpin number 1. Gilbert and Bradshaw both looking over their right shoulders respectively as now Sean Butcher's not losing 1 place, not losing 2. Oh, and he gets a little bit of a touch on the sidewall and ends up with 2 wheels on the grass on the run to the Fullerton S's. But now Kai Rilitz starting to stretch away from Callum Bradshaw. 4 minutes and 21 seconds on the timer remains, plus an additional lap. Rilitz hits the front, having started on the outside of row number 3 in P6. Signals from the gantry on the left-hand side of the start-finish straight as the battling continues in earnest. Kai Hunter has now recovered back up to 6th position, and he's got Mark Kimber in the crosshairs, who's right in front of him at the moment. Archie Walker keeping pace with the 395 from Dan Holland Racing. As now Van der Stroy has got Lewis Gilbert right behind him. As Archie Walker goes for a late lunge. Has a little bit of a touch with Kai Hunter. And Mark Kimber manages to get between the pair of them. A bit further back, we've got the likes of Sverre Ubben, the 932 of Danny Shields, who turns 17 next week. 3.5 minutes to go. Well, that gap is going to be more than half a second, probably at least 7 tenths between P1 and P2, as now Kai Hunter. It's 9 tenths between Rilitz and Van der Stroy. Gilbert in 3rd, Bradshaw, Hunter now ahead of Kimber by about 1.5 tenths. As Gilbert gets through at the banking past Van der Stroy for P2. Looks like Van der Stroy ran a little bit wide on that particular occasion. And the 329 from Kraft Motorsport managed to oblige and take the full opportunity and advantage of that. But now they've got to start chasing down Kai Rilitz with just over 2 3/4 minutes remaining on the clock, plus an additional lap. And now Kai Hunter looks to be in 4th position ahead of Mark Kimber. Callum Bradshaw has dropped to 6th. Archie Walker 7th. Sean Butcher looks to be in 8th position. Tyler Harris and Montego Masson look to be completing the top 10 as the leaders make their way through the Mike Wilson complex. But have Gilbert and Rilletz gotten closer together? No, they haven't. The gap has expanded to 1.119 seconds. Van der Stroys has the fastest lap of the race so far, 56.636 seconds. More juxtaposing for position. I think Archie Walker is on the warpath, trying to get past Callum Bradshaw. And that's for 6th. He's got teammate from KR Sport, Sean Butcher, right with him. Bradshaw goes defensive. Walker goes to the outside of the hairpin. Butcher keeps the traditional racing line. Tyler Harris sweeps to the outside of the 301 from KR Sport. So still the battling, very fast and furious within the top 9, even though one train is a little bit further back from the other. And William Antrobus is now ahead of the likes of Miles Barthorpe and also Montego Masson from Germany, who rounds out the top 12, coming up to just under a minute and a half remaining of what has been a fast-paced and frenetic penultimate senior Rotax heat here at PFI. And the gap has stabilised between first and second position. Hillets in the lead by just over 1.1 seconds in front of Lewis Gilbert as they're about to break the timing beam. There's the move from Bradshaw to get back through on Archie Walker. Walker was briefly ahead for 6th position. And Van der Stroys is the quickest of the top 3 at the moment. Bradshaw on the defensive through into hairpin number 1. Walker, Butcher and Harris right on his case. Now Walker looks towards the inside. Butcher looks towards of Bradshaw. And Butcher nearly managed to get through on the Fullerton S's. We have got, I think briefly, yellow flags. As Svenne Ubbard has just ended up parking it. Not too sure. He's trying to get the cart moved. And that's off of the run to the Fullerton S's. Black and white warning flag for the 325 of Callum Bradshaw. Currently sitting in 6th position at the minute. So timer counting down. 3, 2, 1. Time has expired. Kai Hilletz's lead is 1.2 seconds. As the drivers behind Callum Bradshaw, there is a big old train starting to really showcase itself in full prominence behind the 2021 Euro Trophy and Grand Finals champion. He's now started to pull away from Archie Walker as the last lap board will be out this time. One more lap to go as Kai Hilletz, the 374, the 17-year-old from Tremelo in Belgium, takes them on to the final lap of the race. Lewis Gilbert has just taken a couple of tenths out of him. Gap now down to 0.95. Caden McQueen just sets the fastest lap of the race twice in a row, 56.404 on that particular occasion. And Drew Perry, unfortunately, from Thule Motorsport, retiring on lap number 5. Sverre Ubben, I think, might have just gotten going again. As Hillets makes his way through into the second hairpin for what will be the 12th and final time. And at the moment, Kai Hunter is 4th, which pretty much we have to see whether Macaulay Bishop, if he takes the second victory, he's had a win and a second. If he takes a win in the next heat, he will be pretty much on pole position, but the checkered flag will wave for the first time this weekend. Kai Rilletz from Belgium takes the win, ahead of Lewis Gilbert by just 0.76 of a second. We have had a couple of penalties coming in, which will be added post-race. Lewis Gilbert second. Tommy van der Stroys led at one point after a banzai move through turn 4 off of the Litchfield Bridge. He places in 3rd ahead of Kai Hunter. Mark Kimber, who now will have a 5-second time penalty for blocking. That will drop him outside of the top 13. Callum Bradshaw 6th ahead of Archie Walker with Sean Butcher 8th. That's going to be Butcher in 7th after that one. William Antrobus, Montego Masson, Miles Barthorpe, Tyler Harris, Lucas Schlegel, then Caden McQueen. Caden McQueen gets a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. That will drop him right towards, well, pretty much 21st position at that point. James Johnson, Frederick Zebis Christensen, William Christensen, William Pemble, Danny Shields, James Lingard, Brandon Klein-Nagelvor and Sverre Ubben round out the 22 finishers. McQueen now drops to 21st. And Drew Perry, unfortunately, retiring on lap 5. Now we get underway with the final heats for senior Rotax. It's Heat 6, Groups B versus C, and here is your starting order. Matthew Higgins and Macaulay Bishop will make it an all-Dan Holland Racing and British front row, ahead of Jaden Teen and Jamie Pirelli, who round out row 2. Paul Forquemen from France and the Netherlands, Dion van Verven completes row number 3. Ethan Jeff Hall and Austin Lee, row 4. Then we've got Jack Stedman and Vic Stevens completing the top 10. Mario Sidler and Canada's Laurent Legault round out the top 12. Head of Jane Lawrence, Magic Hemera, Alexander Adams-Acton, Zach Scowler, Paul Hamburg, Zombor Kovac looks to be a non-starter. Ahead of Christoph Saller with Luke Bates, George Holbrook and Matteo Pianezzola. Rounding out the grid here in Heat 6, Groups B versus C in Senior Rotax. So drivers weaving from side to side as the sunshine starts to really strike its presence here on the circuit. With 10 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap to conclude the final set of heats for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season here at Paul Fletcher International. Kai Hunter has got 2 wins and a 4th. If Macaulay Bishop takes another victory, he will put it on pole for the pre-final. The field now concertinas as they head through the final corner. The red lights on the gantry, into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out, first time, we're underway. Who's going to make it to the Bruno Ferrari S's first? It's going to be Macaulay Bishop, keeping it very straight and true ahead of Matthew Higgins as they head up Uncle Tyrone's banking for the opening tour, over towards the Litchfield Bridge. Everyone jockeying for position. We have had a turnaround at the back, in the mid-pack of the field, and someone's ended up at the rear of the field itself as they head down towards the first hairpin. And in 3rd position at the moment, that's Jamie Pirelli. Jaden Thien now is in 4th place. 5th, it's the 377. Of the privateer CRG entry of Dion van Verven. Both he and his dad, they've done it like that for a number of years. So through into the Mike Wilson complex on the opening tour, the field starts to go as Macaulay Bishop will now bring them out of the final corner to complete lap 1 as the new race leader, having got past Matthew Higgins on what was a pretty good start from the youngster from Hoddesdon. So Jane Lawrence up to 10th place, just behind Jack Stedman. Vic Stevens is now 8th. And Austin Lee holds station in 7th. So the drivers make their way down the dip from the Litchfield Bridge, heading into the first hairpin. So they are line astern between the top 4. They were covered by just over 0.6 of a second after the opening lap. Macaulay Bishop in clean air, running with a 57.934. That's the fastest lap of the race, but Matthew Higgins will look to get past Macaulay Bishop very, very shortly. Jamie Pirelli keeping pace with them. A couple of kart lengths back from the 392, based out of Essex, is Jaden Teen. Macaulay Bishop runs over the curbs coming into the final approach onto the start-finish straight and continues to lead after the second lap of the race. 8 minutes to go plus 1 lap. Line astern between the top 3, covered by just under 3/10. A bit of a jockling for position. Just outside of the top 5, round about where Dion van Verven and Austin Lee is. Paul Forquemen has dropped to 7th. Maybe he's back up to 6. Change for second position. Well, nearly a change for second position there. Jamie Perilli was trying to go up the inside of Matthew Higgins. He's going to try and do that through hairpin number 2. Higgins runs a little bit wide. That gives the overspeed to Jaden Teen, who pulls to the left-hand side of the 392. But the 380 from the Netherlands can't get through. Dion van Verven has got some clean air now. He's about 1.4 seconds behind Jaden Teen. So the 377 has the opportunity to push forward in clean air. Macaulay Bishop now opens up a lead to just over half a second over Matthew Higgins. And Bishop with a new fastest lap of the race, 56.914 seconds on lap number 3. They're jockeying for position as they go up the hill through the banking and onto the Litchfield Bridge. So top 4 were covered at one point by just over 6/10. It's just over a second now. So rounding out the order at the minute is Paul Hamburg from Estonia. Lauren Legault has dropped all the way to 20th position, having started on the outside of row number 6. So 6.5 minutes still remain for Quevin and Vic Stevens. Line astern, the 2 Dams Racing team drivers. They've got Austin Lee right behind them, the 379, based out of Weisendorf in Germany. Family originally from Portland, Oregon in the USA. And Austin is currently 4th in the championship standings. He's 2nd in the current Rotax Max Challenge Germany standings. Behind, funnily enough, Montego Maassen, who has competed against Vititis before. I still remember being at Wittgenborn in Rotax Germany for their season finale in 2020. And that was before heading to Adria Karting Raceway for what was that year the final round of the Euro Trophy that season. Now the drivers pushing on from the second hairpin through into the Fullerton S's. Still line astern between for Quemin and Stevens, but Austin Lee is starting to catch them. Out of the trio, Austin Lee was the quickest. It was 1/10 that covered all 3 drivers. Vic Stevens, Piggy in the middle, was slowest, and Austin Lee was the fastest. Going up to the halfway point, and the 2 leaders were covered by just under a 1/10.5, 0.133 to be precise, as Bishop still hangs on to the race lead. And he's not relinquished that since the entry into the Bruno Ferrari S's on the start just over 5 minutes ago. Now Matthew Higgins dives up the inside, retakes the lead through hairpin number 2. Exit out of the Fullerton S's, and Jamie Perilli has got the ringside seat, waiting to see what transpires in front and whether he can take full advantage of the situation at hand. Fastest lap of the race, Matthew Higgins, and was nearly 0.2 of a second quicker than Macaulay Bishop. And now the gap between him and Bishop extends to, well, it was just under a 1/10.5 last time round. Just over 3.5 tenths has been gained by Matthew Higgins on the last couple of laps alone. Paul Hamburg now up into 19th, ahead of Alexander Adams-Acton. Luke Bate now ahead of Jane Lawrence, who was at one point in the top 10. George Holbrook just about half a second behind Jack Stedman in the number 934 Tony Card entry from the UK. So coming down to the final 3.5 minutes. It's been very, very much a game of chess at the front end of the field, with Higgins now leading after what will be lap number 7 of this race with 3 minutes and 20 remaining. Bishop riding on his coattails. 0.2 is the gap. Bishop looks to have a little bit more momentum carry going through into the Bruno Ferrari S's and up the hill through Uncle Tyrone's banking. Change for 6th position. So Vic Stevens might have just launched it up the inside of Paul Falquevin and made the move stick rather neatly. But Higgins looking to pick up his 2nd victory of the weekend so far. Might put him at, well, I'm not too sure if that might put him ahead of Macaulay Bishop. If Macaulay Bishop stays where he is, well, that'll be a victory, a win and 2 second places for the 937 with Dan Holland Racing through Bobby Game Corner. They're both pretty much line astern and into the Mike Wilson complex. They continue to run that way. Two minutes 25 still to go. Fastest lap of the race has been set by Ethan Jeff Hall, who's currently down in 9th. 56.434. Bishop looking one way, then the other. Probably trying to see if he can coerce Matthew Higgins into an unforced error. But that's not an easy task to contend with at the best of times. Dion van Verven, in the meantime, has closed on up to Jaden Teen, who's dropped off the back of Jamie Perilli. The gap between them is around about 1.2 seconds. Van Verven, Stevens, for Quemin, Austin Lee, Ethan Jeff Hall, as we've got a scrap at the back end of the field, which includes Laurent Legault, Magic Hamera, and I think that's Alexander Adams-Acton at the back end of that train. Higgins still leads the way as we will have this plus 2 more additional laps of racing. We're on to lap number 10 out of 12. As could be a change here. Van Verven, I think, has just gotten past on Jaden Thien, and he has done so. He made the move before the Litchfield Bridge up Uncle Tyrone's banking. Vic Stevens is starting to hunt them down. Another new fastest lap of the race, Ethan Jeff Hall, who's just 2 tenths off of his teammates at Strawberry Racing, Austin Lee. 56.341 seconds. And Austin Lee has got past Paul Ford-Quemin. He's put the Frenchman between him and Ethan Jeff Hall as they head into the Mike Wilson complex. So 2 laps remain. Leaders cross the line, and it's Bishop ahead of Higgins. There's Jamie Perilli waiting in the wings. Over the Litchfield Bridge for what will be the penultimate time of asking. The 937 from Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire makes his way down to the opening hairpin out of 2 here at Paul Fletcher International. Hard on the brakes, rotate the car through the hairpin. And it's the same again, but just in the other direction when it comes to the steering wheel. More juxtaposing for position, because now, as Dion van Verven got away from Jaden Thien, well, Vic Stevens got through. Jaden Thien looks to launch it up the inside through the Fullerton S's. As the leaders now make their way through the Mike Wilson complex once more. Last lap board out this time. 1,382 metres for Macaulay Bishop to negotiate. But will Matthew Higgins have a say in the matter? As we go down to the wire, Higgins sweeps wide into Uncle Tyrone's banking to get the overspeed. Perilli is there, waiting, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike. Now Bishop pulls to the right-hand side of the run down to the infield hairpin at hairpin number 1. Higgins looked to the left, so did Perilli. Perilli looking again to try and get the switch back. Can't get it done on that particular occasion. A little bit further back. Some more battles happening. Jaden Teen has been battling away now with Paul Ford-Quemin. Ford-Quemin might have just had George Holbrook get past. But now Jamie Perilli gets through out of Bobby Game Corner into the Mike Wilson complex to take second. But Macaulay Bishop springs a surprise. He's going to take the win, and that puts him, by my provisional calculations, as the leader after the ranking after heats with 2 wins and a second position. Kai Hunter will be alongside him on the front row with 2 wins and a 4th place, and I can guarantee you this, Matthew Higgins will definitely be at least on the second row of the grid, right up at the sharp end. So Macaulay Bishop wins it. Jamie Perilli second by just over 0.23 of a second. Matthew Higgins will have to console himself with 3rd, but also picked up the fastest lap of the race. Dion van Verven showing good pace in the Privateer CRG in 4th. Vic Stevens, Austin Lee, Ethan Jeff Hall, George Holbrook, Paul Ford-Quemin and Jaden Teen round out the top 10. Zach Scowler, Jack Stedman, Luke Bate, Mario Sidler, Jane Lawrence, they complete the top 15 with Christoph Sala, Matteo Pianizzola, Paul Hamburg, Lauren Ligor, Alexander Adams-Acton and Magic Chimera bringing up the rear of the field in 21st, with all 21 drivers completing the 12 laps of racing and a non-starter for Hungary's Zsombor Kovács. We now get underway with our penultimate heats of the final round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season here at Paul Fletcher International. It's Mini Max Heat 6, Groups B versus C. Here's your starting grid. So Joshua Griffin will start from pole position. Alongside him on the front row will be the winner of what was heat number 2 yesterday, Albert Friend, Denny Babacek and Adam Turasek alongside each other on row 2. Kian Bernard and Ellis Bell, row 3. Isaac Barker and Jensen Chalk, row 4. We were due to have, we've got Isaac Barker, Jensen Chalk, Albie Lapper. We were due to have Theo Bradshaw. He is not starting. Apparently he's withdrawn from the event after what happened yesterday with the incident. Ryan Gandor, Stanley Clark, Sebastian Lersch, Amelie Davey, and Isabella Stansmore Wilson rounding out the grid. So the drivers now come towards the conclusion of the formation lap here at Paul Fletcher International, ahead of 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Cole Denham has already picked up 3 wins, which puts him on pole position. All the drivers that are still racing here as of today will be in the pre-finals and the finals. Pre-final, which will be at 12:15 local time. So the drivers slow as they make their way out of Bobby Game Corner and head into the Mike Wilson complex. The red lights are ignited on the gantry. Ahead of 7 minutes plus 1 additional lap of racing. So the drivers now come out of the final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. First time we're underway as they head through into the Bruno Ferrari S's. And the 183 of Joshua Griffin leads the way. Looks to be Denny Babacek has gotten up into second past Albert Friend. As they head over the Litchfield Bridge for the opening tour. Kian Bernard looks to be now up into 4th place on the zip cart. Ryan Gandor running a little bit wide coming out of turn 4 off of the Litchfield Bridge as they all surge their way into hairpin number 1. Albert Friend now is in 2nd position. Denny Babacek now drops to 3rd. He's got Kian Bernard right behind, who's got Adam Turasek to his immediate left-hand side. They're going to be 2 wide, nearly bumping sidewalls heading into the Fullerton S's on that particular occasion. But they make it nicely through. Ryan Gandor defending, heading into Bobby Game Corner. About to the bottom part of the top 10. As Joshua Griffin leads the way, coming to the conclusion of the opening lap here in the final Minimax heat of the weekend. Drivers ran about 6th or 7th position, running a bit wide coming out of the final corner. As Albie Lepper, I think, was trying to get past one of the other drivers. Ryan Gandor is still in position. Looks like his transponder's just had a bit of a glitch at the minute. But Joshua Griffin leads the way. Albert Friend looking up the inside into hairpin number 1. And the 191 from Strawberry Racing, this year's Minimax International Trophy winner, hits the front end of the field. So he leads the field out of hairpin number 2 on the run down to the Fullerton S's. Joshua Griffin still keeping pace with the 191 through Bobby Game Corner. And now heading into the Mike Wilson complex. After the opening lap, Joshua Griffin had set the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 2.265. Albert Friend and Joshua Griffin, line astern, 74 thousandths of a second apart as they cross the stripe to complete lap number 2. Kian Bernard in 5th place, now sets the fastest lap of anybody. 60.992 seconds as Denny Babacek now trying to put the feelers out to see if he can get past Joshua Griffin for second place behind Albert Friend, who continues to lead down the hill and into the first of two hairpins on the infield part of the circuit. Ellis Bell having a good run of form at the moment. Currently sitting in 5th place behind Cian Bernard, who's now up into 4th place as they go through the Fullerton S's once again. 4¼ minutes still to go, plus an additional lap until the checkered flag. Out through into the Mike Wilson complex they go. That's complete lap number 3. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson started at the back end of the grid. She is now currently rounding out the top 10 as we complete lap number 3 at this point. And 2.5 tenths of a second separating the top 3. Friend from Griffin and Babicek. Bernard's got the ringside seats right behind them. As Griffin went a little bit wider, going through towards the top part of the banking to carry the momentum through onto the Litchfield Bridge. Babicek now looking to late break up the inside through into hairpin number 1, makes the move stick. And Cian Bernard has also got through. Then we've got the 146 of Ellis Bell looking at the back end of Joshua Griffin, who's currently now down in 4th place. Jensen Chalk is now ahead of Adam Turasek for 6th position. Isaac Barker, Ryan Gandor and Albie Lapper now complete the top 10. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson drops to 13th in the meantime as the top 3, maybe nearly make that the top 5, are going to be in contention for the race victory. As we're past the halfway point with just over 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Out of the final corner, Albert Friend continues to lead the way. Griffin right with him in 3rd, as is Babicek in 2nd. Babicek right on the back bumper. A Friend going through the S's, up the hill, and there's the move, there's the change. Cian Bernard gets past Denny Babicek for 2nd position with a well-timed move. Babicek briefly looked towards the inside of turn number 4 off of the Litchfield Bridge, but couldn't get the job done. Now he's got probably more than likely he's got Joshua Griffin hot on his heels, on his case. And Ellis Bell looking towards the outside. He's currently 5th at the moment. Can he get the crisscross on the 183 of Joshua Griffin going into the Fullerton S's? The answer is no. Fastest lap at the moment, Cian Bernard with a 1 minute, 0.852 second lap time as we head into the final 2 minutes, plus an additional lap of the Mini-Max Heats. The 6th and final one, and also the final one of the season. Albert Friend continues to lead the way. He's got a little bit more breathing space now as the 191. Nearly 3/10 of a second between himself and Cian Bernard for the race lead. Denny Babicek still holds on to 3rd. Joshua Griffin, Ellis Bell, Jensen Chalk, Adam Turasek and Isaac Barker. The only change in that is that Cian Bernard has got past Denny Babicek for 2nd position. Back down the hill and through into the first hairpin. Babicek now looking to return the favour into hairpin number 1, and Cian Bernard gets the job done. The youngest of 4 siblings, of course, Teresa, Eliska and Petra Babichkova, his elder sisters. Coming up to the last 70 seconds, plus an additional lap of the race. Albert Friend has just controlled it very, very nicely indeed as they go into the Mike Wilson complex once again. Top 10 covered by just 3.3 seconds after 5 laps of racing. Albie Lapper rounding out the top 10 on the previous tour. Friend still leads. Now Griffin looks towards the inside of the Bruno Ferrari S's, the entrance of it. As now Babicek goes defensive on Bernard. That's going to open the door for Griffin, who gets through. Oh, Ellis Bell. Ellis Bell nearly went over the back of the 182 of Cian Bernard. Luckily enough, got away with that one. If that was any bit more significant contact, then someone might have been off and someone might have been around. But then, behind the top 5, well, there's a gaggle battling away, which includes Jensen Chalk, the youngster from Witton Under Edge. Coming down to the final few seconds, so next time out, the last lap board will be out. So Cole Denham has picked up 3 wins on the bounce so far this weekend. Albert Friend and Cian Bernard have had a win apiece, but there's one more lap to go, 1,382 metres. Albert Friend leads by just over 3/10 of a second in front of Denny Babicek. Joshua Griffin now back up to 3rd ahead of Cian Bernard. Ellis Bell still holding on to 5th at the minute, but he's got Jensen Chalk hot on his heels. Battle side by side between Turasek and Barker. They're 8th and 7th respectively. Looks like Turasek has gotten through. Albert Friend goes defensive into the first of the two infield hairpins on Denny Babacek. Put a little bit more towards the right-hand side, heading into the corner. Now, the short shoot down into the very fast, negotiated Fullerton S's. Cart length between the top two. Cart length between second and third. And maybe a couple of cart lengths between third and fourth. They were just under 9/10 of a second apart going on to the final lap. But will Albert Friend pick up his second win of the weekend? The answer is, as the checkered flag flies, a resounding yes. Albert Friend takes the win, winning Heat 2 and Heat 6, wins it by just under 2/10 ahead of Denny Babacek. Joshua Griffin was on the outside, was on pole position. He finishes in third ahead of Kian Bernard, also a Heat winner this weekend. Ellis Bell, Jensen Chalk, Isaac Barker, Adam Turasek, Albie Lapper, Ryan Gandor, they round out the top 10. Sebastian Lersch, Stanley Clark, Isabella Stansmore, Wilson and Guernsey's Emily Davey round out the finishing order. All 14 drivers completing every single one of the 8 laps of racing. And Theo Bradshaw not taking part and is withdrawn from the event. We now go to the final heat of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season here at Paul Fletcher International. It's Heat 3 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. David Outlechner will start from pole position. Alongside him, the points leader, Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Edward Matthews will not be taking the start. He's due to start on the inside of row number 2, which means Tristan Rennie will be starting from the outside of row 2 in 4th place. Bradley Barrett and DD2 Masters pole sitter Nicolas Picot will complete row number 3. Jakob Bezel and Enzo Bol, the latter second in the championship. As all, we've got a slight problem there. Maxim Dirix, who is due to start down in 13th, has come to a halt coming out of the second hairpin. So Enzo Bol due to start in 8th position, currently second in the standings, 40 points behind Outlechner. And Dirix is feverishly working on the right-hand side. Could be possibly Warring Loom related or something of another description. Might be, he's out of the cart. Maxime Dirix will not be starting this race. It's really put him on the back foot for the pre-final later on today, which will be at 1:30 p.m. Local time here at Paul Fletcher International. The remainder of the grid will be Lucas Pernot, Victor Frostbay, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Martina Stankiewicz. There will be an open spot next to Matthias Lund, where Maxime Dirix was due to start on row number 7, with Nicolas Guillaume in the 491, and Germany's Dennis Thum in the 577, bringing up the rear of the field. So 10 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap to conclude the last of 24 heats here at the home of British karting, the Paul Fletcher International Circuit, 1,382 metres in length. Red lights are on the gantry, ready to be extinguished. The moment the revs rise and the start is given the green light to go. Outlechner and Van Leeuwen have a win apiece. Pico has won both the DD2 Masters classification in 2 heats yesterday. Can he make it a clean sweep and push his way to a European title? Into the tram lines. Revs now rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out for the final heat of the season. And a good start from Outlechner. Bradley Barrett makes a good move as well, up to 2nd position ahead of Martin van Leeuwen as they go up the banking for the first time. Jakob Bezel in 4th, behind Martin van Leeuwen. Tristan Rennie rounds out the top 5 as they go over the Litchfield Bridge for the opening tour. Down the hill as Rennie gets a defence in front of him, courtesy of Jakob Bezel. Tristan Rennie manages to get round past him before they've even hit the apex of hairpin number 1 to get through to 4th place. Pernod now trying to get through on Pico to try and battle away with Jakob Bezel. And has Enzo Bol right up his exhaust pipe as they go through the Fullerton S's for the first time. Into Bobby Game corner they go. 9.25 minutes remaining on the timer plus an additional lap. Into the Mike Wilson complex. They now come out of the final corner to complete the opening lap. And it is David Outlechner. Leads away Bradley Barrett in 2nd. Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands in 3rd. 4th, Tristan Rennie. Jakob Bezel in 5th. Nicolas Picot still holding station in 6th, and more importantly, the DD2 Masters class lead. Lucas Pernod, Enzo Bol, Victor Frostbay, and Greece's Ilias Kaliakmanis rounds out the top 10 overall. Martina Stankiewicz now in 11th, ahead of Matthias Lund. Dennis Thum ahead of Nicolas Guillaume. So down to 14 runners and riders. As Van Leeuwen now gets through on Bradley Barrett for 2nd. At the 2nd hairpin, Tristan Rennie makes it through for 3rd place at the Fullerton S's. Now Bradley Barrett has Jakob Bezel right on his case. The previous champion of this series, and that was back in 2019. His brother Petter was the 2021 DD2 champion and was 2nd in 2022 behind champion, and then the man that's only made history last year in Portimao with 3 different Grand Finals titles in Junior, Senior and DD2. That man gunning for the Senior Rotax title this year, Mark Kimber. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, rounded out by Lucas Pernod from Canada. As again, all the two Sodi carts switching to the right-hand side on the approach into the first hairpin. And then there's Jakob Bezel up the inside of Bradley Barrett through hairpin 2. That's opened the door for Lucas Pernod. It's nearly, and Pernod's gone for double. And Picot's right in the mix. And Bradley Barrett and Lucas Pernod were side by side. Pernod sideways on the exit of the Fullerton S's. Nicolas Picot was right in the middle of all of that, and Enzo Boll has profited nicely. So Enzo Boll, that could put him up into 7th position. Maybe make that 6th as he's right on the coattails of Nicolas Picot. It does make it 6th, that makes it 5th. Enzo Boll has struggled all the way through the heats and also through qualifying so far this weekend. Outleichner leads Van Leeuwen by just over 0.3 of a second. Down the hill into the opening hairpin they go once again. Now on lap number 4. Enzo Boll now gets through on Nicolas Picot. More importantly, that's going to put him 5th on the road, and 5th actually on the road, and 5th in the DD2 class, despite having been behind the Frenchman for that to transpire. Bradley Barrett is now behind Nicolas Picot and rounds out the top 7. But in the meantime, Outleichner and Van Leeuwen are again mano a mano, so to speak. And Outleichner was very, very quick at karting Genk. Consistent run, but then Marienborg, his race weekend didn't go to plan. And that's why he's 40 points behind, not taking into consideration drop scores. 40% of the race completed, 60% to go. So just under 6 minutes plus an additional lap remains. Outleichner still leads. If he puts it as a race victory in heat number 3, he will get pole for the pre-final at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon, local time here in the UK. For Central Europe, that's 2:30 p.m. A little bit more squabbling towards the back of the field. Martinas Stankiewicz finds himself a little bit further down the order. He's in 14th at the minute. Stankiewicz came in with a slender lead of 5 points. Nearly as close as what the senior Rotax title battle is like at the moment. 4.64 for him, 4.59 for the defending champion, Dennis Thum. But the way things are going, Nicolas Picot, that's going to put him on a considerable amount of points. As in the fact that it could swing things around, that will put him on 510. Stankiewicz, if he finishes third, that's 514. And then Dennis Thum, that will be 52 points. It's getting closer still. That's going to mean that the top 3, with the ranking after the heats, as now we see Victor Frostbay getting his elbows out. And that was on Ilias Kaliakmanis. Kaliakmanis went 2 wheels onto the grass coming out of the second hairpin. Something's just gone off somebody's cart. Not too sure if it was Bradley Barrett's, but it was something that was bouncing off of somebody, or coming off of the cart. Looked to be of some kind of plastic orientation. And it's bouncing like a ping pong ball. Pernod looking to side up the inside of Ilias Kaliakmanis. That's for 9th, as they got Dennis Thum right behind them. So down towards the first hairpin they go once again with just under 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. As now it will be a very defining point on who will have the advantage going into the pre-final later on today before the lunch break. And there is a nice little move. That is from Victor Frostbay. Now up into 6th position in front of the 4.43 of Sodi Vitesse's Bradley Barrett. The 21-year-old from Southampton behind the Dane. So Outleichner has a lead of just over 0.4 of a second in front of Martin Van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Bradley Barrett trying to get back past Victor Frostbay, but that's easier said than done as they come over the Litchfield Bridge, down the dip into the first hairpin, hard on the brakes, turn the cart to the right, rotate it, then put the pedal to the metal, short shoot up to the next left-hand hairpin. And then try and get some speed and hopefully a little bit of a slipstream heading into this fast-paced Fullerton S's section. Just behind there is Nicolas Picot, Lucas Bernard and Ilias Kaliakmanis. Now, Dennis Thum at the moment is currently 1.1 seconds behind Nicolas Picot. So could the German, the current reigning and defending champion, get past the man that's been on point so far this weekend? Well, the first thing that Dennis Thum has got to do is get past Nicolas Guillaume, but time is not on Dennis Thum's side. Just over 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Van Leeuwen is waiting to strike, and the time is now. Through on the second infield hairpin goes Martin Van Leeuwen back into the race leader ahead of Poland's David Outlechner. Now through into the right-hander of Bobby Game Corner. There's going to be this plus 2 additional laps left to go to complete the final sets of heats on the road to Bahrain here in 2023 for the Euro Trophy. Out of the final corner. Just over 90 seconds to go. 2/10 is the gap. Outlechner just has to keep within striking distance. As Lucas Bernard trying to get past Bradley Barrett. The Canadian has already gotten past Ilias Kaliakmanis. Nicolas Guillaume is ahead of Dennis Thum now. So Dennis Thum at this point is over 1.7 seconds behind Nicolas Picot in terms of the distance between themselves on track. And that, at this point, is not going to be easy for him to do. Pernod looks to the outside of Bradley Barrett, and that gives the open door for Ilias Kaliakmanis heading into the Fullerton S's. But the Canadian stays in front. Now out of the final corner. 2 more laps remain in the heats for 2023. Van Leeuwen now has started to crank up the wick. He's got that gap from 2/10 to nearly 6th. Enzo Bol now closing in on 2019 DD2 European champion Jakob Bezel as they go over the Litchfield Bridge. Round turn 4, the 90 right, down the dip. Can Enzo Bol make it into 4th and have a bit of a reason to feel happy? It's not going to be the result he wants, but now Jakob Bezel is to the inside, Bol to the outside. Can Bol get the switch back? No is the answer. Time expires. 10 minutes completed. After this, just 1,382 metres still remain until the checkered flag. As Martin Van Leeuwen from the Netherlands looks to be one step away from securing pole position for the pre-final, making the penultimate step to becoming European champion. Gap between him and Outlechner is just under 4.5 of a second as they go over the Litchfield Bridge for the final time on lap number 12. Down into the first hairpin for the last time. Now accelerate, pull to the right-hand side, rotate the cart into the corner. Tristan Rennie, he's going to have something to smile about because he's sitting pretty in 3rd position at the moment. Jakob Bezel and Enzo Bol round out the top 5, but Bradley Barrett is at the front end of a dogfight at the back end of the field right now. But our leaders make their way through the Mike Wilson complex for the final time and booking himself on pole position for the pre-final. It's the points leader, Martin Van Leeuwen, the Flying Dutchman, does it again. 2 wins and a second. He books himself on pole for the pre-final. David Outlechner will line up alongside him on the front row, so the roles from the heats are now reversed for the pre-final. Tristan Rennie, well done to the 474 from Kraft Motorsport that takes a well-deserved 3rd position ahead of Jakob Bezel, Enzo Bol, Victor Frostbay. Nicolas Picot takes his 3rd successive race win in a row and books himself on pole position for DD2 Masters. Now that makes him, in my book, the clear pace favourite for this weekend to take the title. Lucas Pernod, Bradley Barrett and Ilias Kaliakmanis round out the top 10. Martina Stankiewicz, Nicolas Guillaume, Dennis Thum and Matthias Lund round out the finishing order. Unfortunately, Maxime Dirix He's going to have to start working hard from the back for the pre-final as he retired on the formation lap. Edward Matthews non-starting. Now with all 24 heats completed, we head into the second chance heats. First up, it's the juniors. Let's take you through their starting grid. On pole position, it will be Cameron Nelson. Joining him, representing the UAE on the front row, Zain El Homosani. Then Kasper Nissen and India's Ariman Bansal will be on row 2. Tomas Rudokas from Lithuania, and from the UK, Oliver Majewski will round out row 3. It's Denmark and the United Kingdom on row number 4, with Sinjapes Ornbol and Henry Cameron rounding out the top 8. Trinidad and Tobago's Naomi Garcia will be joined by Estonia's Carl Christian Tukru rounding out the top 10. Jacob Woods, Christian Stefanov, and Germany's Julian Kovacevic will round out the 13-strong grid. Of course, with not being able to compete due to no medical clearance, Kovacevic will not be taking part in this race. Once again, it will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. We will have another second chance heat coming up next, which will be senior road tax at 11:20, as the drivers go on to their official formation lap of 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Top 6 will then proceed through to the final stages of not only this weekend, but also the championship season. And after which we will have to say goodbye to 7 of the 13 drivers in this second chance heat. So the drivers now slow to a crawl as they go through Bobby Game Corner and approach the Mike Wilson Complex. 6 drivers will progress. The other 7, their weekends will come to an end at this point in the weekend. So the red lights are on the starting gantry. 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing in the Junior Rotax second chance heat. The drivers now start to slowly make their way through the final corner. They split. They head into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We're off and racing. Good starts by the front row as Zain El Homosani slots in behind Cameron Nelson as they go through the Bruno Ferrari S's for the first time. Side by side through Ariman Bansal and Kasper Nissen going up the hill. The Indian staying ahead of the Dane, but Oliver Majewski from KR Sport trying to get his way up into 4th position. Very, very early indeed, looking for a move up the inside through into the Litchfield Bridge, but now looks for the first hairpin, makes the move stick, and the youngster in the 236 makes it up to 4th place. Zain El Homosani trying to defend from Ariman Bansal from India. And that is for 2nd position. Zain El Homosani, the younger of the 2 Yaz Heat Racing Academy drivers here and have been with us for the entire season, joined by Zach Scowler, who runs in seniors. And Zain has also been competing as part of the FIA Academy Trophy this year. As the drivers make their way up through Uncle Tyrone's banking on lap number 2. Cameron Nelson, no surprise, running in clean air, has the fastest lap of the race, 59.517. Zain El Homosani now down into 3rd place. Ariman Bansal looks to have made the move for 2nd position through the Bruno Ferrari S's as they go through the first of the 2 infield hairpins. And there is Oliver Majewski up through on Zain El Homosani. Top 6 do go through. El Homosani gets through on Majewski, and does Kasper Nissen? No, he does not. Tomas Rudokas, the youngster from Lithuania, who competing in the Rotax Nordic, Rotax Latvia and Lithuania, he's now running as a DD2 driver. So he has also made a forward leap like Enzo Boll and Tom Bracken have done this year, along with Maxim Shurko, who has also been competing in the Euro Trophy this season. Oh, bit of a moment there through the banking. That was Zain El Homosani, as we've got a 3-kart incident on the inside of the banking. Yellow flags out underneath the bridge. All 3 drivers seem to be okay. both getting out, all carts intermingling with each other. As now there's going to be a change for the race lead. Cameron Nelson loses the lead to Banzel, and now there is Majewski trying to get through for second at the Fullerton S's. Oh, he gets a little bit of a tap from behind, courtesy of Kasper Nissen. Zain El Homosani and Thomas Rudokas round out the top 6. And the gap between the top 6 after 2 laps was 1.9 seconds. This is going to be the top 7, and they're a lot closer together than that. 3 minutes down, 4 to go. Top 7 covered by 1.3 seconds. As the leaders make their way through. Oh, mistake there from Oliver Majewski. Could that give the opportunity to Kasper Nissen for 3rd place into turn 3? Not quite. And now Thomas Rudokas is out of the top 6. Sinjepes Ornbon from RS Competition now battling away with Zain El Homosani for 5th place. So Ornbon is in the danger zone. Now he's out of it. Rudokas takes his place through the second hairpin. Hairpin goes back up into P6. That's given El Homosani a little bit of breathing room. For those that don't know, Zain El Homosani is also proud of his Egyptian heritage as well. But Mum, Dad, who are also here. Hello, Mohammed. Hello, Jermaine. I know you're watching from the sidelines just off of the start-finish straight. We come down to the final 3 minutes of the second chance heat, and the top 6 rounded out by Thomas Rudokas from Lithuania is just under 2 seconds. Ornbol threads the eye of the needle up the inside through the banking at Uncle Tyrone's. He gets through. Majewski now. Oh, well, hip check there, I think. Cameron Nelson went high, wide and handsome. Not of his own making, possibly. Coming out of turn 4, Majewski decided to send it. Nelson had to react. At least the cat-like reflexes were there for the 241, who now does lose second and could lose third. Well, Kasper Nissen decides discretion is the better part of valour, going into the approach into the Fullerton S's as the Dane from RS Competition remains in 4th for the minute. But Majewski starting to defend. This is going to give Raymond Bansal the opportunity to pull away into the distance, which the youngster from India has already done. The 251 now up the road. Gap between first and second last time was nearly half a second. Now it's more than double. 1.2 seconds is the lead between Raymond Bansal and Oliver Majewski. Nelson, Nissen, El Homosani and Ornbol round out the top 6. Rudokas is about 3/10 away from the Dane in the 277. Jacob Woods, Christian Stefanov and Karl Christian Tukru round out the top 10. Kovacevic, Cameron, and, Henry Cameron is away and across the line. I would imagine that Naomi Garcia will be crossing the line very shortly. But Julian Kovacevic's weekend ended on lap 2 with the 3-cart incident going up the hill off of Uncle Tyrone's banking. So the youngster from Germany, based out of Hanover, if I remember correctly, in the 264. That's a real shame for him. But that just goes to show how cutthroat karting can be when you're one of the competitors out on the circuit. Coming down to 3 laps remaining in the second chance heat. We're on to now lap number 7 with just around a minute to go, plus an additional lap. Raymond Bansal now has nearly a 1.4 second lead over Oliver Majewski. Cameron Nelson still holding station in 3rd. Kasper Nissen trying to put the frighteners on the 241 from Dan Holland Racing. Zain El Homosani still residing in 5th. And also Sinjepes Ornbol in 6th. Now, where the top 6 finish, oh, bit of a lunge, oh, dearie me. Now, who on earth was that? That was Jacob Woods. Got a bit too late on the brakes and just went straight on. Might have just clipped the front fairing of Sinjepes Ornbol, and that has allowed Thomas Rudokas to have a biggest get-out-of-jail free card I've seen this season, being in a second chance heat. So 2 more laps remain. Rudokas right on the back bumper of Zain El Homosani. As what we will have is that where the top 6 finish is where they place on the final 6 spots of the top 36 for the pre-final. The junior pre-final will take place at 12:40 here today as Rudokas now gets 5th. now gets fifth. El Homosani has now got the biggest question, the biggest quandary to answer. Do I attack? Do I defend? He is basically like he's like a rock in a hard place. He's got to make that decision. Timer has expired. El Homosani, I think, has one option, and one option alone: defend. Defend, make that the back of that Yas Heat Racing Academy cart as wide as possible for the next 1,400 metres. Last lap ball is out. And Ayman Bansal nearly 1.5 seconds up the road from Cameron Nelson, who's now ahead of Oliver Majewski, Kasper Nissen, Thomas Rudokas. Zain El Homosani has managed to pull some daylight between himself and Sinapez Onbol in the battle for sixth position. Down to the first infield hairpin for the final time. Change for second. Majewski down the inside of Nelson. And it's line astern between fifth, sixth and seventh. Majewski goes for it again. Hairpin number 2 makes the move stick. Nelson down to third. Nelson again sweeps to the outside of the Fullerton Essies. He's going to thread the eye of the needle. They both run wide. Majewski off the track. Kasper Nissen gets second. Going through into Bobby Game corner, and that's allowed Thomas Rudokas, Zain El Homosani and Sinapez Onbol to close, but out of the final corner, the winner of the Junior Rotax. Second chance heat. Well done to India's Ayman Bansal, who got into the lead and never looked back, winning by nearly 2.7 seconds. Kasper Nissen from Denmark, the 2-2-2, takes second ahead of Cameron Nelson, Oliver Majewski, Thomas Rudokas, and the UAE's Zain El Homosani provisionally at this time make their way into the top 36 and the pre-final. Sinapez Onbol in 7th, Carl Christian Tukru, Christian Stefanov, Jacob Woods, Henry Cameron, and we are just waiting for our final finisher. Well done and great effort by Trinidad and Tobago's Naomi Garcia in the 2:39, who crosses the stripe and ends up 12th as Julian Kovacevic eliminated after the 3-cart accident off of Uncle Tyrone's banking on lap number 2, with Kovacevic not able to compete here this weekend. So we now get underway with our second and final second chance heat of the season. It is Senior Rotax. Let's have a look at your starting grid. Zach Scowler and William Christensen representing the UAE in Denmark will line up on the front row. Lauren Ligo will be on his own on row number 2, as apparently Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort has not broken the timing beam. The 393 with Dan Holland racing due to start on the outside of row 2. Matteo Pianetola joined by Magic Chimera on row 3. Paul Hamburg and Christoph Saller on row 4. Danny Shields and James Johnson ran at the top 10. James Lingard, Sverre Ubben, Alexander Adams-Acton and Drew Perry round out the 14 strong. Zombor Kovac, I've just spoken to. He said, well, the ribs aren't getting any younger and he's not racing. So Kovac, a non-starter on this occasion and won't be for the rest of this season, as that was his last chance to get into the top 6 and get through to the top 36. Drivers now going through onto their formation lap ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. As with the juniors, top 6 go through to the top 36 for the pre-final at 1:05 p.m. The finals will start at 2:30 this afternoon, and they will start from the grid itself. So we'll have, as we've done as customary fashion for every single last race of every weekend, including the season finale, there is the traditional driver, kart and mechanics parade. Don't worry, Henry Baudette, I'm not going to do any mechanic bingo like you normally do at Kart Masters or at the Grand Finals. So I'm sure that no one's going to be wearing an apron at this point of time, because it's been very, very hot this weekend. Hit a high of around 30, 31 degrees Celsius. Temperature is on the increase in the atmospherics, and the drivers have had to hydrate, as have all the marshalling crew and everyone behind the scenes and everyone in the paddock. But the drivers now get ready. It's the calm before the storm, as we will have these drivers competing over the next 10 minutes plus an additional lap for the top 6 to go through to the final stages of the race weekend. Zach Scowler on pole. Denmark's William Christensen alongside on the front row. Red lights on the gantry. They split. They go into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. First time. We're underway. Good start by Zach Scowler to keep the lead going into the Bruno Ferrari S's. William Christensen slotting in behind him as they go up the banking for the first time. Lauren Legault in third place as they go over the Litchfield Bridge into the 90 left at turn 3. Now into the 90 right and down the dip through turn number 4. Someone at the back of the field going a little bit wide as they head into the first hairpin. Scowler still leads. Christensen hot on his heels. Legault, Pianetola might be in the thick of things in the top 6 as they go through into the Fullerton S's for the first time. Scowler, the 316, the older teammate. As we have had one driver off at the second hairpin. And that is the 955 of Drew Perry from Thule Motorsport. He's got back in the kart. He's pushed it on under his own steam and still can go out there. Scowler leads by 0.17 of a second ahead of Christensen. Legault, Hamera, Pianetola drops to 5th. Now there's a change for the race lead. William Christensen gets past Zach Scowler through the banking before turn 3 to take the race lead away from the Emirati-based driver. Danny Shields has, in the meantime, dropped to 12th place. So the young man has a little bit of a fight back on the cards. As change a little bit further back. So Pianetola is trying to do his level best to keep in the top 6. But William Christensen, Casper Nissen's older teammate at RS Competition. Casper Nissen picking up 2nd place provisionally in the junior second chance heat just a few moments ago. So Christensen has got Scowler to contend with. 3rd, it's Hamera. 4th, Legault. So the 2 KR Sport teammates running in flying formation in 3rd and 4th. Scrabble for 5th. Oh, someone's gone off exit stage right on the circuit. And I've got a feeling that might have been Austria's Christoph Saller, who was running 5th in the 357. As now there's going to be a change for 3rd. Hamera gets passed by Laurent Legault, the man from Montreal in Canada. So that just goes to show what I did say, one mistake or one unforced error by somebody else can cause someone's race to be turned upside down more times than a sand timer. And that's not exactly slow at the best of times, especially if they're those really, really small ones. 7.25 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. William Christensen starting to crank the wick up to volume number 11. Stays ahead of Zach Scowler, but keep your eyes on the flying purple, white and silver carts of Laurent Ligaud and Magic Chimera. Running third and fourth in the meantime. Christophe Saller is still in this race, as might have been Matteo Pianizzola, as I did see Sverre Ubben going through the shot on the camera off of turn number 3. It was actually on the banking. It's very deceptive. A lot of adverse left-hand down camber. They're pulling 2 times the force of gravity on their bodies when they're turning left. So that's why it is a bit of a rib-pounding circuit here. Top 4 at the moment are line astern. Last time around, they were covered by 8 tenths. You could probably say that's going to be just a fraction under half a second as they come across the line to complete lap 4. Half a second on the button, with Magic Chimera still rounding out the top 4. Ligaud dives for second on Scowler and gets it after the banking. As now Alexander Adams-Acton, I think, might have just gotten through on Christophe Saller. That's for... Oh, careful. Steady on the steering angle. And that might have been Christophe Saller just saying to the cart in front, come on, just go. I want to catch up to those 4 in front. I don't want all these people behind me. I'm getting a bit worried. And now that's where things can change. James Lingard now gets himself up another position and puts himself into the top 6. But it was just 3 wide going through the Fullerton S's. Lingard out of the top 6. There's James Johnson trying to get through on the 376 on the Tony Kart chassis. James Johnson looking for another, well, I'm not going to say last hurrah, another opportunity to do what he does best. Bad qualifying, doesn't matter. That man, when he's on pace, will be like a whirling dervish. If anyone might remember when I interviewed him back in I think it was 2021 at Wackersdorf. So, yeah. That was the last time I commentated on him, and now he's doing it again 2 years later, and we're back on home soil for the pair of us. Only now he's back running with a German team. So at the minute, William Christensen still leads away. Laurent Ligaud in second, but for how much longer is the big £64,000 question that needs to be answered? Well, it could be answered within the next 4.5 minutes plus an additional lap. Zach Scowler in third, Magic Chimera in fourth. 5th, Christophe Saller from Austria, and Alexander Adams-Acton has now made his way from 13th on the grid and rounds out the top 6, and he's got daylight behind him. James Johnson has now gotten ahead of James Lingard. So has Sverre Ubben. So has Danny Shields. James Johnson was in 6th. He is now at the bottom part of the top 10. Now, the gap between James Johnson and Alexander Adams-Acton is 8.5 tenths of a second. If I know James, and I did good to catch up with his now wife, because they got married earlier on this year, Amy. He said, well, I'm going to give it my best shot. He said, it's a bit hot out here. And I went, well, I think it's even worse for you drivers than it is for a lot of people. But let's be honest, these drivers, whatever result they have got this weekend, they have put every single sinew, thought process, every bit of energy, mental, physical, expended in these unusual climate conditions we've got here at PFI. Sverre Ubben launching it up the inside of James Johnson. Johnson holds his nerve up towards the Litchfield Bridge. The big question is, did James Johnson lose that position? He did. That sounded like a bit of an anticlimax there, Mr. Goldschmidt. Come on, keep it positive. Let's go. Right. Top 4, line astern, going down into the Fullerton S's. Now, James Johnson has got Danny Shields just behind him. Good to catch up with his mum, Sue, earlier on this weekend. And I know, hello Barry from in Singapore, if you're watching, mate. I know you normally do try and catch up with what your son's doing. Danny's been racing a lot this year. Coming up to the last 2 minutes and 20 seconds of the second chance heat here in Senior Rotax. Magic Hamera is closing on William Christensen in the battle for third position. Laurent Ligor is bringing along with him Zach Scowler as they go into the right-hander at turn 4, off of the Litchfield Bridge, down the hill. So Drew Perry has retired from the race after the first lap incident. Matteo Pianizzola is still running, but he's down stone dead last at the minute in 12th position. So Christoph Sala, well, I'm going to be very, very pragmatic here, and that's not a word I use often. Well, Sverre Ubben is trying to close in on Alexander Adams-Acton, and is doing so fractionally. But Sverre Ubben has got James Johnson and Danny Shields within half a second behind him. So let's just say this, top 6th place, as always, is the danger zone. And Alexander Adams-Acton has got Sverre Ubben about 2 kart lengths behind him going over the Litchfield Bridge. James Johnson is in the running for 6th. Danny Shields is there as well. Here goes the move. Sverre Ubben into the first hairpin, gets the move done, but Alexander Adams-Acton responds accordingly. Ubben has the inside line for the second hairpin. James Johnson will now have the double toe going into the Fullerton S's. Adams-Acton putting the pressure on Ubben. Now into the right-hand sweeper here at Bobby Game Corner with 38 seconds on the timer remaining. Danny Shields is about 2 kart lengths behind James Johnson. 30 seconds to go. Ligor still leads. Scowler, Christensen, Hamera, Christoph Sala, and now Belgium's Sverre Ubben rounds out the top 6. But Ubben is not out of danger quite yet, because the cavalry are coming. Now Zach Scowler decides, I'm going to go back into the race lead. Does so as the timer hits 0 through the first hairpin. The 3:16 will now lead the field into the Fullerton S's for the penultimate time. What surprises are in store for around the next lap and a quarter here at Paul Fletcher International? Well, folks, hang on, because it's going to be a roller coaster ride, because Zach Scowler will bring them out of the Mike Wilson complex to start the final lap of the last second chance heat of the season. The 3:16 from Yaz Heat Racing Academy runs a little bit wide, but goes defensive on Ligor, heading into the Bruno Ferrari S's. Christensen right behind the Canadian. Hamera swings wide into the banking. So the last lap very much underway as they go over the Litchfield Bridge through turn 4 at the last time. Scowler pulls the right-hand side. Ligor does the same. Christensen towards the outside to try and get the cut back on the Canadian for second position. Doesn't quite work out. He swings again to the left, the right-hand side. Into the second hairpin. If at first you don't succeed, William Christensen, you try again. But corners are not on his side if he wants to get second. Through into the Mike Wilson complex for what is going to be the final time. James Johnson has managed to get up to 7th past Alexander Adams-Acton, but out of the final corner, the last second chance heat of the season, it's Zach Scowler from the United Arab Emirates that picks up the win ahead of Canada's Laurent Ligor, with Denmark's William Christensen, Magic Hamera from the UK, Christoph Sala from Austria, and Sverre Ubben from Belgium provisionally make it through to the top 36. And I think that's the first time in a very long time where I've seen the top 6 in the second chance heat, all from different nations. James Johnson, close but no cigar, my friend. 7th place, but a noble effort on your race, your only Euro Trophy appearance, the first time in 2 years to get 7th in the second chance heat. Alexander Adams-Acton was on the cusp, didn't quite make it. Danny Shields and Paul Hamburg round out their weekend rounding out the top 10. James Lingard and Matteo Pianizzola round out the top 12 that completed all 12 laps of racing. Drew Perry out on the opening lap with Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and Zombor Kovac not starting. So, ladies and gentlemen, the heats, the second chance heats now completed here at Paul Fletcher International. In just under 15 minutes' time, we get to the business end of the road to Bahrain, because at 11:50, we kickstart the pre-finals here at Paul Fletcher International as we have the final push to who will become our Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy champions for 2023 and who will qualify for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals for 2023, taking place once again in the Persian Gulf at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit between December the 2nd and December the 9th. We'll be right back just before the first of our 5 pre-finals get underway. Now we head to the first of our 5 pre-finals here at the home of British karting. It is Project E20, Junior, Senior and Masters. Let's have a look at your starting grid. So on pole position, having done a clean sweep yesterday, it'll be Spencer Brorum that leads the field. And alongside him on the front row will be Belgium's Thijs Dams. Yuri Jonsson and Charlie Turner will comprise of row number 2, followed by Mats-Johan Overhoff and Tomas Ibsen. Then we've got Lloyd from Canada, Sundberg from Sweden. We've then got Cameron Crockett, Daniel Sabula, Philip Lowacka, Niels Lilja, George Holbrook, and the man that is one step away from becoming the inaugural E20 Masters champion, Germany's Andreas Mattis, who starts on the outside of row number 7. Gilberto Lowacka will be joined by the eldest driver on the grid, still very young at his age, Chile's Hector Ramirez. Kaz Boldemans is going to take the start this time, having not competed due to an arm problem yesterday. He starts 17th. Alongside him will be the pole sitter for E20 Junior, Joshua Graham, Harrison Whitcomb, Antoine Lemieux, Christopher Holst, Arthur Lorimier. Then we got Plancourt and Frederick. We then got David Plancourt and Frederick Lemieux alongside each other on the back row of the grid. So the flag marshal now makes his way off of the start-finish straights as we get set. Lights are out for the pre-final as a great launch there by the 721 of Belgium's Thijs Dams as they go up the hill for the first time. Now the E20 juniors put themselves into position. Dan Ashton, the flag marshal at the front of the grid, makes his way off to let us get racing for that as the field makes its way down to the opening hairpin. Red lights are on. Red lights go out for E20 Junior as row 2 nearly come together, which as now Harrison Whitcomb pulls in front of Joshua Graham as they make their way up the hill for the very first time. But in the meantime, we still have Thijs Dams leading the way. Charlie Turner in second as they come through into the Mike Wilson complex for the first time on lap number 1. Thijs Dams leading the way. Don't forget that there is a title up for grabs, but also a weekend winner ticket available for in the E20 seniors. Jonsson, Ibsen. Then we've also got the 755. Mats-Johan Overhoff now up into 4th. Spencer Brorum is currently in 5th ahead of Daniel Sabula, as they make their way over the bridge, down the right-hander. And getting a bit brazen there was, that was Junior Jonsson at the outside of Thomas Ibsen, clearly using the boost function. Spencer Brorum looking to get himself back up into the top 4 as they make their way through into the second hairpin. But at this moment, it could be very close indeed. Threading the eye of the needle. Nice anticipation by Spencer Brorum to get past Thomas Ibsen, who's going to have the inside line for Bobby Game Corner. Spencer Brorum manages to keep out of harm's way as Mats-Johan Overhoff is just behind them in the number 755, running in the Kraft Motorsport colours. In the meantime, Joshua Graham is getting alongside Harrison Whitcomb through the second hairpin for the race lead, and they are being closed on in by the 602, who's just got up into second place. Inspired move there. And that was Christopher Holst from Switzerland, who just made his way through. So it's going to be rather touch and go as to what happens next, as the main field from E20 and E20 Masters, well, Charlie Turner has made his way up into second position in the meantime. He's trying to close in on Thijs Dams. But, Jonsson trying to close in. Thomas Ibsen has got past Spencer Brorum. Spencer Brorum has got 55 points at the moment through the ranking after the heats. And at the minute, where he currently sits right now, 5th place, that is 48. Thijs Dams could be leading, having the advantage. Bit of a squeeze there Very close. That was a heart-in-the-mouth moment going down into the Fullerton S's between Harrison Whitcomb and Joshua Graham in E20 Junior. Christopher Holst is really trying to keep them all very, very honest, those especially in front of him. So 5.5 minutes still to go. Taze Dams has a lead of about 1.1 seconds. Junior Jonsson now past Charlie Turner for second position. So the ante is increasing for those gunning for a ticket if they are wanting to go for the weekend win, but also those that are going for the championship. Now, Taze Dams leads at the moment by 14 points, not taking into consideration drop scores. Head of Thomas Ibsen and Mats Johan Overhoff. They're covered by 14 points coming into this final round of the season before the drop scores are applied. I'll be taking those into consideration once we get the finals underway. Oh, very close indeed. A little bit further back behind Thomas Ibsen. As it is now a case of fighting amongst themselves. Very close indeed going through the first hairpin. Looks to be Daniel Sabula has made some strides up the order in the meantime. But Thomas Ibsen makes his way past Charlie Turner, who's now in fourth ahead of Spencer Broom. There's the 7.53 of Junior Jonsson. As, the two Brits are at it. Elbows are out, and Spencer Brorum manages to get through on Charlie Turner. There's Daniel Sabula, who's also got through on the 7.29. It was side by side between Spencer Brorum and Charlie Turner through Bobby Game Corner. Turner ended up going off onto the AstroTurf runoff. Mats Johan Overhoff has got Philip Luaka from Switzerland breathing down his race overalls. Oh, bit of a change behind. Might have had, that's Cameron Crockett that might have just overtaken Victor Sundberg. So it is still very much all for themselves at this minute, with 3.5 minutes still to go. It's anyone's guess what might transpire as who's going to get the best run of form heading into this. But now Taze Dams has got Junior Jonsson and Thomas Ibsen. Very, very close indeed. The three E20 Sodi carts are line astern through the Mike Wilson complex. Dams at this moment in time is still holding on to the race lead, but for how much longer? Both behind will be using the boost to try and overtake the 7.21 from Belgium, but he'll be using it as a defensive countermeasure. 3 minutes to go, and they are still line astern. Very different driving style to internal combustion, especially with the power packs, the battery packs that the drivers have between themselves on each side. There's a lunge from Ibsen, through on Junior Jonsson, and gets through. But the power packs in between the side pods and the seats that they're sitting in are a lot smaller than when Project Thunder made its debut as part of the German Electric Kart Championship. But the powertrain built by the team in Austria at BRP Rotax, the team being headed up by Steve Chapman. Oh, this is going to be a little bit feisty. Harrison Whitcomb is challenging Christopher Holst, who's just been overtaken by Joshua Graham. They were 3 wide into the Fullerton S's. Oh, my goodness me. I thought the seniors and the masters were going to give me a fright, and it's the blooming juniors doing it again. Joshua Graham, stop scaring people, especially one with a microphone in his hand. Now it's getting feisty at the front end of the field because Thomas Ibsen is trying to swarm all over the back bumper of Taze Dams. Junior Jonsson is waiting in the wings. There's Spencer Brorum. Oh, has a little bit of a tangle with the Swede into the second hairpin. And that's going to bring in Daniel Sabula and Charlie Turner. Sabula goes to the inside of the Fullerton S's, gets through for fourth on Spencer Brorum in the number 7.65. Oh, Thomas Ibsen goes into the side, and Taze Dams is backwards on the exit of Bobby Game Corner. Oh, dearie me. Taze Dams will be able to get that back onto the circuit, but a bit of a robust manoeuvre there from Thomas Ibsen. Now the fight for the lead really gets underway. Spencer Brorum keeping A very, very close guard in front of Daniel Sabula, who rounds out the top four. Charlie Turner in the 7:29 is now going to lunge up the inside of Sabula through turn 4. Gets through, makes the move stick. Great anticipation there from Charlie Turner. Now he's again going for second after seconds with Spencer Broham. The two were side by side through Bobby Game corner. The one in front got the better of the run out of that corner in comparison with the two there. Oh, Taze Dams is having to fight his way back, and it's not going to be an easy job for the 7:21 from Belgium. Heading into what will be now very shortly the penultimate lap. In the meantime, updates on the other classes. Well, at this minute, Andreas Mattis has not started the race. Neither has George Holbrook. Kaz Poldermans might have braved it out. I'm just waiting for the timing to update at the moment. So this could be a development, but the timer has hit 0. Right, 5-second penalty. Not a surprise. That is more than likely going to be causing a collision for Tomasz Ibsen, the 7:56 from Poland. Well, Kaz Poldermans is going to do, he said to me, he sent me a WhatsApp this morning. I said, how are you feeling? He said, I could be feeling a bit better, but I'm going to do my best and go out there. Well, Kaz, you're doing the right thing because you still might score, you will still score points. One more lap to go. So Tomasz Ibsen has now been overtaken by Junior Jonsson for the race lead as they go through the Bruno Ferrari S's for the final time. Up the hill, over the banking. That is going to put, if it stays like it is now, and there's no further penalties post-race, Junior Jonsson will be on pole position for the final. Who will he have alongside him? Well, it's the man at the moment who is in third, which will become second after Tomasz Ibsen's penalty post-race is applied. That man is the person that was on the front row of the grid for the heats, on the outside of the front row, and was the ranking after heats leader, Spencer Broham. Now it's a bit of a dogfight, switching from left to right between Junior Jonsson and Tomasz Ibsen. Through the Mike Wilson complex, they go for the final time. And after 11 laps of racing, it's Sweden's Junior Jonsson that picks up the win in the pre-final for E20 Senior. And a lot of celebration there from Daniel Sabula, who now will have seen the 5-second penalty for Tomasz Ibsen. That puts the number 724 into third behind Spencer Broham. Once the penalty has been applied post-race, Charlie Turner in fifth, Philip Lewacka sixth. That will become fifth. So that incident for Tomasz Ibsen is going to drop him in front of Mats-Johan Overhoff. So we'll put him eighth. Gilberto Lewacka takes the win in E20 Masters ahead of Hector Ramirez. As we are waiting for our last finisher to come across the line. You know what? This man has got guts. It's Kaz Poldermans in the 803. The 39-year-old from, the 39-year-old from Utrecht comes across the line after 11 laps. So Jonsson takes it. Ibsen will be demoted outside of the top 7. Spencer Broham, Daniel Sabula, Charlie Turner, Philip Lewacka, Cameron Crockett, and Taze Dams, who recovered to 8th. So Tomasz Ibsen is going to be in 8th behind Taze Dams. Mats-Johan Overhoff and Victor Sundberg ran at the top 10. Andrew Lloyd from Canada places 11th ahead of Niels Lilia. Gilberto Lewacka wins E20 Masters ahead of Hector Ramirez. Joshua Graham wins E20 Junior ahead of Harrison Whitcomb. Christopher Holst, Antoine Lemieux, Arthur Lorimier, David Planko, Frederic Lemieux, bringing up the rear of the field. Kaz Poldermans, non-starters from George Holbrook and Andreas Mattis. Now we get underway with our second pre-final of the meeting. Up next, it is Minimax. 11 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. Here's your starting grid. Cole Denham will start from pole position alongside will be Strawberry Racing's Albert Friend. Jacob Ashcroft will be joined on row 2 by the Czech Republic's Denik Babacek. Charlie Wolfitz will be on the inside of row 3, joined by Estonia's Nikita Lubimov. Running at the top 10, it's Oliver Warner, Ellis Bell, Tom Reed and Jensen Chalk. Isaac Barker, Edward Haynes, Albie Lapper, Kian Bernard, Oliver Meek, Canada's Ryan Gandor, Sebastian Lersch, Grayson Wortley, Max Gilman and Riley Morrow round out the top 20. Joshua Griffin, Adam Tudasek, Christian Sayerson, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Stanley Clark, Emily Davey, Fraser Anderson and Miko Schwiers look to have taken the start. Kieran Stewart and Theo Bradshaw unfortunately not taking the start. May not be competing for the rest of the weekend. Theo Bradshaw not running anymore. So we will have what will be down from 30 to 28 Mini-Max drivers. Even with drop scores not taken into account, it's still 22 points between the top 3. Denham on 365, Ashcroft 352, and Albert Friend 343. The drop scores will be taken into consideration from my viewpoint when we go to the final at 2:55 p.m. UK time. That's 3:55 Central European Summer Time. But everyone now in their respective grid positions. Kieran Stewart is on the starting grid. Theo Bradshaw not in it. So 29 drivers, 14 and a half rows of competitors set to get into the tram lines for 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Who will be one step away from the European title later on this afternoon? Well, in about 12 minutes' time, we're going to find out because the revs rise. Lights are out. We are racing. And Denham leads the field into the Bruno Ferrari S's. Straight behind him. Well, it's been a carbon copy so far this weekend that wherever you see Cole Denham, you have got Jacob Ashcroft right with him. And now coming along for the ride will be the likes of Albert Friend, who rounds out the top 3 as the field saws its way over the Litchfield Bridge. We have got one of the Synergy carts off of the circuit, and that's off of turn number 3. As the field makes its way through into the outfield, the second of the 2 infield hairpins. And now look at the train of Minimax drivers heading towards the Fullerton S's. Most of them line astern, fanning out to 3 wide towards the back end of the field. But Cole Denham leads the way. Just 13 points at this stage of the competition, at this stage of the championship, is his lead over Jacob Ashcroft. Lap 1 completed. First and second separated by just a tenth, 1.4 tenths. Now Denny Babacek looks up the inside of Oliver Warner through the banking off of Uncle Tyrone's and gets the job done. And a little bit run wide towards the outside of Oliver Warner. I think that was Charlie Wolfit getting a bit all out of shape and nearly doing the Travis Pastrana Joker lap. But he still kept his nerve, but has dropped a few positions in the meantime. Now again, they make the run down to the Fullerton S's once more. And this time, there is a change at the front of the field. Cole Denham is no longer leading. In the meantime, whilst all that was happening, Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend are now running first and second. Now, both these drivers qualified for the Grand Finals last year, if I remember correctly, Jen Wade, who is on site, I might add, at the Grand Festival last year. Albie took the micro ticket. Now he's trying to get the race lead. And he's, oh my goodness, there's going to be nearly 3 abreast going into the turn 3 left-hander onto the Litchfield Bridge. And Albert Friend gets the lead. Denham back up to second. Ashcroft down to third. And there is Denny Babacek waiting to join the fray. And now it's really game on. Ashcroft back into the lead. Albert Friend to the outside. A little bit further back, Oliver Warner really getting his teeth stuck into what's happening here. Ashcroft stays in the lead out of the Fullerton S's. Denham, Friend, Babacek. Tom Reed Tom Reed from Strawberry Racing now up into 5th position with 8 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. And it was Oliver Meek that there was a cart off. The 167 from Synergy Honda factory team. Cole Denham retakes the lead on the beginning of lap 4 heading into the Bruno Ferrari S's. Oh, we've got a fight on our hands. And now Albert Friend threads the eye of the needle on the inside of turn number 3 to get past Ashcroft for 2nd place. Babacek now going towards the inside into the braking zone for the first infield hairpin on Jacob Ashcroft. The 122 from Western Supermare defends accordingly. Oliver Warner is leading the train that's behind. Cian Bernard is there. So is Jensen Chalk rounding out the top 10, I believe. Kieran Stewart is also, unfortunately, is now still running around the circuit, but Oliver Meek looks to have pulled the carts into the pits, and that's his race done and dusted. So, unfortunately, Oliver Meek will be starting at the back of the grid for the final later on. Denham starting to stretch that lead, and it's nearly 4 tenths. Even with 6 minutes and 3/4 still to go, there is plenty of time for Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend to close in on the points leader. As I said earlier on, before taking drop scores, which will be the best of 7 out of 9 results from the season, this is where things get crucial. So at the minute, it is Denham from Friend, from Ashcroft. That's your top 3. Babacek, then you got Tom Reed, Oliver Warner, Cian Bernard, Charlie Wolfett, Nikita Lubimov, and now going back up into the top 10 from 21st on the grid. Joshua Griffin has been scything his way through the field on the MLC Motorsport Croc Promotion chassis. The Mad Snapping Croc is the one that Joshua Griffin has currently got right now. Well, no, sorry, he's got the Birel ART. It's Jensen Chalk that's got the Mad Croc with MLC Motorsport. Well, he's actually with it's actually running with, well, it's got Croc Promotion chassis on there, but I know for a fact that Jensen Chalk is not running on there. Ah, right, 118 gets a, oh, Jensen Chalk, you've got a slap on the wrist right there, my boy. 5-second time penalty for pushing to be added post-race. So now it's a case of what happens here. How does the tale unfold here at the home of British karting? Because Cole Denham still leads the way. Up the hill, multiple changes happening. And, oh, Isabella Stanswell-Wilson, she's dropped to 28th. And she did start 24th earlier on in the race. But she is still running on the XP chassis. Run with Sam Pollitt Racing. So with 4 minutes to go, everything still to play for. Denham still leads. He took a win in the pre-final at Marienburg. He was third in the heats at Genk, 4th in the pre-final, 2nd in the final, 2nd in the intermediate ranking after the heats at Marienborg, 2nd in the final that weekend, and took the win in the pre-final. He's the ranking after heats leader. He's currently leading the pre-final. But now, when you take dropped scores into consideration, how's about this for a cliffhanger in the final if it stays like it is right now? Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft will be separated going into the final race of the championship season on one single point. 3-2-1 plays 3-2-0. Now, remember last year? Tom Streleb, Boris Maximov. You will remember this one because you fought for the title last year. Boris won it by 1 point. And now, what Ashcroft needs to do, what he must do, is get in front of Albert Friend. Because effectively, with drop scores taken into consideration, that puts him into the championship lead with one important race to go. Top three covered by 4.5 tenths after 8 laps. We still have 2.5 minutes, just under 2.5 minutes to go. But how does it all pan out? How does it all end up? Well, it's going to go down to the wire, folks. That's exactly how a championship should end. Right down to the wire. And the top 4 covered by 7 tenths. So it's Denham, Friend, Ashcroft, Babicek, Bernard, Reed, Warner, Griffin, now up to 8th past Wolfit. And Estonia's Nikita Lubimov rounding out the top 10. Second season, I might add, for Nikita in minis. Competed as a Micromax driver for Team Estonia back in Bahrain, and hopefully you're watching Ragnar Virus. Where's your ticket? I hope you got one. Otherwise, you've still got to fight for one, haven't you? But with 1.25 minutes still to go. Now, let's not forget here, Albert Friend has already qualified. Jacob Ashcroft and Cole Denham, I think at the moment they have not. So if either of those two wins the championship, they book their ticket to Bahrain. Right, 2 laps remaining. Wolfit down to 9th now. Stanley Clark from Sam Pollant Racing, unfortunately out after 7 laps. Isabella Stansmore Wilson is the last driver running out there in 27th. There's now Albert Friend. Oh, Albert Friend in the meantime has got himself into the race lead. Now this is where it changes. Oh, Cole Denham said, no, you don't. Albie, you are not doing that to me right now. Denny Babicek could put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons as the 155 of Charlie Wolfit gets through on Oliver Warner. So Denham back in the lead. Ashcroft still in 3rd. Albert Friend has just given Cole Denham a bit of a fright, saying, yeah, I might have my ticket, but I want the European title. That's how much it means to these youngsters. They are in. Oh, we've got a big off. Someone's gone backwards off at the foot towards the approach to the Fullerton S's. Definitely change of underwear required there, I'm afraid, as we're on the final lap of the race. And now this is where the fighting begins. You leave it until the penultimate or the last lap. Here at PFI, Cole Denham is the one at the front of the field. He's the one with the most to lose. Everyone behind has got everything to gain. Down towards the second hairpin on the infield for the final time. Now it's the run to the Fullerton S's. Denham still leads ahead of Albert Friend. Oh no! Moment there for Friend, and Ashcroft has gone round the outside! Round the outside! Bobby Game corner nearly made it through to the lead. Albert Friend rode over the back bumper of Cole Denham, nearly gave Jacob Ashcroft the biggest opportunity, but Denham holds on. Denham holds on at the flag, and it was .117 at the checkered. Jacob Ashcroft. Jacob Ashcroft could have nearly pulled off the move of the weekend at Bobby Game Corner. He was high, wide, handsome, round the outside at Bobby Game Corner and just missed that opportunity. Cole Denham. Oh, folks. Grandstand finale for Minimax this year, just like last season. And you know what? I can't wait. So let's have a look at the results after that one. Cole Denham wins ahead of Jacob Ashcroft. Albert Friend rounds out the top three. Denny Babacek, could he be the one that puts the spanners in the works for one of our title protagonists later on? Who knows? We'll have to find out. Kian Bernard, Tom Reed, Joshua Griffin, Charlie Wolfett, Nikita Lubimov, Ellis Bell rounds out the top 10. Oliver Warner, Adam Turasek, Albie Lapper, Jensen Chalk, Max Gilman, Ryan Gandor, Isaac Barker, Riley Morrow, Kieran Stewart and Sebastian Lersch round out the top 20. Grayson Watley, Fraser Anderson, Miko Schreers, Christian Sayerson, Amelie Davey, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. And Edward Haynes round out the 27 finishes after 12 laps. Stanley Clark retired on lap 7. Oliver Meek on lap 1. And Theo Bradshaw not starting due to not being... has decided to withdraw from the event on medical grounds. We're now halfway through the pre-final stages. It's the Junior Rotax Pre-Final. Here is your starting grid. On the front row, it's Kenzo Craigie that starts from pole position alongside him countryman Timo Jungling. It's Hungary and Italy on row 2. Armand Hamilton and Alberto Kiko Fracassi. Casper Schomans and Thomas Ingram Hill will round out row number 3. We've had a couple of carts come together, going down into the opening hairpin, one of which is I think it might have been Sam Pollock Racing Cart. Couldn't really quite make out who that was. But where was I? Thomas Ingram Hill on row 3 in P6. Archie Clark and Lucas Blanford, row 4. Tom Strehler and Crit Clauren rounding out the top 10. Thomas Behrman, Ollie Wise, Harrison Whitacombe, Joshua Graham, Mateo Radenkovic, Buluet, Dave Stevens, Adas Mijalskis, August Raber, Max Cuthbert, Boris Maximov, Freddie Lloyd, Adam Wooden, Jack Baker, Joshua Smith, Lewis Goff, Sky Parker, Sebastian Koch, Matthias Yellerup and Olivier Jonkers were the top 30 that qualified automatically. Through the second chance heat, your remainder of the 36-strong grid will be as follows. India's Raymond Bansal, Denmark's Kasper Nissen, from the UK Cameron Nelson and Oliver Majewski, Lithuania's Thomas Rudokas, and in 36th position representing the UAE, Zain El Homosani. So the drivers now get themselves ready as we are very closely ending the formation lap for the pre-final. The drivers now making their way slowly through into the Mike Wilson complex. A hive of activity in Parc Fermé and scrutineering at this time after the Minimax pre-final. But now, the next 12 minutes, we'll see who might be the torchbearer, who might become the new Junior Rotax champion this season. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are lights out. We are underway. And a good start by Kenzo Craigie. Also a good start by Armand Hamilton from the inside of row number 2. Timo Jungling in third position as the field makes its way up the hill. 2, 3 abreast at points all the way up and down it. Everyone making it cleanly through thus far. Someone going high, wide and handsome, make that quite a few carts. I counted at least 7 or 8 that went wide coming out of turn number 4. Archie Clark going on the defensive, heading into the opening hairpin. Accordion effect very much happening all the way up and down the field. Blanford looking up the inside. Oh, someone's got a noisy exhaust, I think, I've just heard. And that is the 258. Joshua Smith, 25th at the start. That is a noisy exhaust, and that will straight away attract the attention of the officials and then bring out the mechanical black flag, or as we like to say in the United Kingdom, the meatball flag. Means you've got to park it within 3 laps, otherwise you get black flagged and disqualified from the session. Kenzo Craigie still leads the way, but Armand Hamilton is closing in on him very, very quickly indeed. Now they're swapping around. Armand Hamilton has got the race lead. Kenzo Craigie tries to dive back up the inside through turn number 3, but does not have the opportunity to do so. Hamilton was too far ahead. Jungling now looking up the inside of Craigie through into the first of the 2 hairpins. Craigie keeping side by side. As now the 276 of Alberto Kiko Fracassi trying to dive bomb up the inside of Casper Schomans. And also off of Timo Jungling. Jungling goes a little bit wide in the 265 as Hamilton leads the field coming out of the Fullerton S's. Craigie, Schomans, Fracassi at the moment. That's your top 4. Jungling in 5th. Thomas Ingram Hill and Archie Clark round out the top 7. And Lewis Goff might not have made it past the opening lap. I haven't seen him come through just quite yet. So Archie Clark rounds out the top 7. Armand Hamilton still leads, but a slender one. Kenzo Craigie up the inside of the banking. Gets through. Switchback attempt from Hamilton. Craigie tried it again through turn 3. But Hamilton just seems to have that really, really good peripheral vision and spider sense, let's say. Schomans up the inside, through into the opening hairpin. on Kenzo Craigie. Craigie runs wide onto the grass, and that's allowed Frakassi to get through. That's allowed Jungling to get through. Ingram Hill getting through. Ingram Hill round the outside of Craigie, out of the second hairpin. Frakassi right at the back of this train. They are fighting like a little wolf pack. And Craigie now was in the lead. He's dropped all the way down to 4th position. Depending on what the others do behind him, it could be a few more drops for the 244. Thomas Ingram Hill trying to get through on Archie Clark. Oh, a little bit of a banzai move there. That was Thomas Behrman coming through into the second part of the Mike Wilson complex. And now Harrison Whittingham going toe-to-toe with Thomas Ingram Hill. They've got Lucas Blanford from Sony Vitesse in tow. And he seems to be relishing the challenge. And there goes Harrison Whittingham up the inside. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Careful, careful where you tread, because you might get a surprise with someone trying to lunge up the inside of you, and that's exactly what happened just there. So the drivers making their way through into the infield hairpin. Not been an easy one for Max Cuthbert, the youngster based out of Essex, but now it's about how does Kenzo Craigie respond. But my biggest thing here is, right, Timo Jungling, second in the championship on 487. He's 3rd. Where is Matej Radenkovic in all of this? Currently, as they come across the line to complete lap number 4, Radenkovic is only rounding out the top 15. 15 points, 15th place is 38 points. Timo Jungling, at the minute, is effectively on 4th place. That is 48 points. If you can do the math, I'm not going to try and do the math right now because there's a lot of action happening out on track. This just goes to show that the unpredictability of karting rears its ugly head once in a while. Or maybe when you get to the end of the championship season and everyone is battling around each other, that's where things get a bit more interesting. Archie Clark, 3rd in the championship on 467 after the heats, is 3rd. He's also ahead of Matej Radenkovic. So now it's about how hard Radenkovic can fight, and he's still in 15th. As soon as there are gaps in trains on this circuit here at Paul Fletcher International, if you are one of those people that have got a lot of clear air in front of you, you're hopefully going to have someone that might want to work with you to get through. However, they are still fighting all amongst themselves at the minute. As Joshua Graham battling away with the likes of Thomas Ingram Hill as another move there. That's by Max Cuthbert. But the leaders making their way through Bobby Game Corner. Thomas Behrman has got the old KR Sport pearly whites on. Sunday best for the 259 based out of Chelmsford. But Armand Hamilton is leading the way. Casper Schormans 2nd. Kenzo Craigie in 3rd. Kenzo currently 5th in the standings. He was the ranking after heats leader, having taken 3 wins yesterday. That's where the moves that these drivers make in this final round of the championship could determine whether they do or whether they don't qualify for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, and whether they do or do not become the 2023 Euro Trophy champions. Joshua Graham having a great scrap with Thomas Ingram Hill. Max Cuthbert slowly making progress up the order. Right, Kenzo Craigie now up into 2nd past Casper Schormans. And Timo Jungling waiting in the wings to get past the Dutchman, who currently occupies 3rd position. 4 minutes and 20 seconds still remaining on the timer, plus an additional lap. Armand Hamilton, his gap might be 0.3 of a second. However, he's keeping it consistent. 5-second time penalty for pushing, going to the 282. Aras Majalskis, that penalty is yours, I'm afraid. It's going to drop him from 23rd, a bit further down the order, more likely out of the top 30. So Lewis Goff out on the opening lap. Lewis Goff out early doors. Joshua Smith out after 1.2 seconds of the race. That's how close it is is taking place now. Oh, Kasper Schormans gets a little bit of a side check, courtesy of Timo Jungling, out of the second hairpin, and Jungling now is up into third. Now, Radenkovic is trying to close in on Fast Freddie Lloyd for 14th. Radenkovic is still in 15th position. That is not going to help him. And that's exactly where he started in the race as well. Radenkovic was on the outside, the inside of row number 8, alongside him, Boluet. Oh, Kenzo Craigy's feeling a bit racy. There we go, up the inside to take the race lead with 3 minutes to go on the clock, plus an additional lap, the 2:44. Argenti Motorsport driver, also part of the Mercedes the Mercedes Junior team. So, been very much an uphill learning curve for Kenzo, but still has represented Team UK at the Grand Finals before, into the Fullerton S's. And Kenzo Craigie has pulled a little bit of a gap on Armand Hamilton. Kasper Schormans now has to see if he can get past Timo Jungling and retake that third position. That is the key point here, folks. But I'm looking at this from one particular perspective. It's about what happens in the final. That's going to be the key differentiator between who wins and who finishes runner-up, who finishes third in this year's championship. Joshua Graham now fighting with Alberto Chico Fracassi, gets up the inside of the Italian, and that is now a change for 6th position. Now, Joshua Graham hasn't had the best run of luck, to be honest with you. He is currently sitting 14th at the moment, but he's had great performances, and then there's been times when he's been involved in incidents clearly not of his fault, and that's how racing works. Just under 90 seconds to go, plus an additional lap in this junior Rotax Pre-Final. Kenzo Craigie striding away a little bit further, opens the gap up to nearly half a second. Armand Hamilton, Timo Jungling, Kasper Schormans goes for the move up the inside of the 265 from London. Couldn't quite get the job done, but was nearly there or thereabouts. Through into turn 4, and now Thomas Behrman he's now sounded his arrival as Fracassi up the inside of Graham, going through into hairpin number 1. Fracassi closes the door to the 298. Behind them they have got Archie Clark, Thomas Ingram Hill, Harrison Whitcomb as the 238. Tom Sveller from Latvia, youngster from Marupe, just outside of Riga, bumps over the grass. Oh, dearie me. Sebastian Koch has just gone off the circuit. 268 looks to also be involved. Jack Baker, so you might have had the likes of Oliver Majewski and Taze Stevens involved in that. Penultimate lap underway. Kenzo Craigie has a lead of nearly 7/10 of a second, just over 6.5 tenths. Kasper Schormans trying to thread the eye of the needle through into turn 3 on Timo Jungling onto the bridge, and he makes it through. They were side by side, wheel to wheel. Schormans just went, I've got to go for it, and did the job. Great work there by the 240 from JJ Racing. Into the second hairpin. Timer has now expired. Next time around will be the last lap of the penultimate race of the season. Oh, bit of a moment there for Timo Jungling. Through the Fullerton S's, he goes towards the outside. This could open the door for Thomas Behrman into the Mike Wilson complex, but doesn't quite happen. Oh, Timo Jungling was such a lucky beggar right there and then. Last lap board is out. Kenzo Craigie continues to lead the way. As now Schormans has got through on Jungling for third place after that monster move through turn 3 onto the Litchfield Bridge. Behrman still waiting in the wings, trying to see if he can make a meal out of it, because now he's got to try and get the run. They're going to be going all over the shop, to the left, to the right. You can see what happens when pack racing is in full effect, especially in this highly charged category. Thomas Ingram Hill in the mix with Alberto Chico Fracassi, Harrison Whitcomb in there. They're 3 wide coming out of the second hairpin. Oh my goodness, someone's going to have a bit of a fright in a minute. Joshua Graham's right on the back bumper of Thomas Behrman, who's got Timo Jungling right in front of him. But the checkered flag will wave as out of the final corner. Kenzo Craigie continues his dominant run here at Paul Fletcher International, winning the Junior Rotax Pre-Final by nearly 8.5 tenths of a second. Head of Armand Hamilton, Kasper Schurmans, Timo Jungling, Thomas Behrman, Joshua Graham, Alberto Kiko Fracassi. Then Harrison Whitcomb, Thomas Ingram Hill, Archie Clark, and in the meantime, whilst that was all happening, Matej Radenkovic picked up 11th place. Well done, Matej. A little bit of a recovery drive there. Lucas Blantford in 12th, Boluet in 13th, head of Fast Freddie Lloyd. Tom Strella rounds out the top 15, head of Crick Noren, Max Cuthbert, Ollie Wise, Anas Majalskis, who gets a 5-second time penalty post-race for pushing. Boris Maximov rounds out the top 20 provisionally, ahead of Adam Wooden, August Raber, Oliver Majewski, Tay Stevens, Sky Parker, Raymond Bansal, Cameron Nelson, Jack Baker, Olivier Yonkers, Zain El Homosani, Casper Nissen and Thomas Rudokas rounding out the 32 that finished the race. Matthias Ureller out on the last lap. Sebastian Koch out with 3 to go. And Joshua Smith and Lewis Goffnake not making it even past the first lap. Now we go on to the penultimate pre-final of not just the weekend, but of the 2023 season. It is going to be Senior Rotax, the pre-final. Here is your starting grid, and it's going to be as follows. It will be Macaulay Bishop on pole position. Alongside him will be Kai Hunter on the front row. Matthew Higgins and Jamie Pirilli round out row number 2. Lewis Gilbert and Tommy van der Stroys, row 3. Sean Butcher and Callum Bradshaw, row 4. Jaden Teen, Austin Lee, row 5. Row 6, Dion van Verven and Miles Barthorpe, who complete the top 6 rows. Paul Forquemin, Ethan Jeff Hall, Mark Kimber, Katie McQueen, Kai Hillets, Vic Stevens, Jack Stedman and William Antrobus round out the top 20. Montego Masson, Lucas Schlegel, Tyler Harris due to start 23rd, hasn't crossed the timing line yet. George Holbrook, Luke Bate, Frederick Zebis Christensen, Mario Sidler, Archie Walker, William Pemble, Jane Lawrence, Zach Scowler, Lauren Ligor, William Christensen, Magic Hamera, Sverre Ubben, and the last man to qualify through the second chance heat. Well, welcome back, James Johnson. So there were some post-race penalties in the second chance heats for the seniors. So Christoph Saller got a 3-second time penalty for leaving the tram lines with 2 wheels. So that dropped him out of that top 6. So the battle lines will now truly be drawn in the race towards this year's crown. Looking at the roll of honour for the Senior Rotax division since 2018 when the Euro Trophy started in earnest. 2018, Hannes Morin. 2019 and 2020, Matilda Olsson. Callum Bradshaw, 2021. And the man trying to defend his crown this year, Sean Butcher. It is getting closer and closer as we edge towards the end of the road to Bahrain with 14 minutes set on the timer. 36 hungry, motivated Senior Rotax drivers split, head into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The Senior Pre-Final gets going right now. Good start by the front row as Macaulay Bishop leads a Dan Holland Racing 1-2-3 up the hill for the first time. It's Matthew Higgins in second. Kai Hunter rounds out the top 3. Lewis Gilbert in 4th as they come over the bridge for the first time. And look at them fanning out, heading towards the first hairpin on lap number 1. Couple of carts going off of the... Sean Butcher's definitely getting his elbows out a little bit. Look towards the outside of Tommy van der Stroys going through into the second hairpin. But Macaulay Bishop is leading the way as things stand at the moment. Lewis Gilbert is not afraid of definitely putting in some late lunges and some robust manoeuvres because he's in the prime ringside seat and 4th behind Matthew Higgins. Hunter in second. Lap 1 completed. Bishop now has Hunter past him on the right-hand side. Up the hill. Sean Butcher up to 6th. Callum Bradshaw up to 7th. And Kai Hillets now is in 20th position. Where's Mark Kimber at the moment? 13th. And now Gilbert looks for second, gets it. The 3-2-9 from Craft Motorsport from Dorrine in Ayrshire in Scotland. It's getting a bit robust from the outside of the top 10 backwards. This is where things are going to be crucial again. Because we have 12 and a quarter minutes still to go. Macaulay Bishop sets the fastest lap of the race, 58.263 seconds. Kai Hunter leads them out of the final corner ahead of Lewis Gilbert to complete lap 2. Kai Hunter sets the fastest lap by literally 6 1/1000ths of a second. And now up the inside of Matthew Higgins goes Macaulay Bishop, but there's Tommy van der Stroys up the inside. Van der Stroys up the inside and he gets through. So does Callum Bradshaw. Matthew Higgins has dropped a couple of places at the very, very least. Oh my goodness. What is going on? What is going on? It was actually Jamie Pirelli. My apologies there, Jamie. He threaded the eye of the needle, went up the inside, tried to get 2 for the price of 1 through turn 3 onto the Litchfield Bridge. and made it one of them work, not the other. So now it's all about what is going to take place, what's going to happen over the next 11.25 minutes. You're going to have to be with us, folks, to find out what happens right now. Again, the unpredictability factor showcases what happens now. It's definitely a big old scrap for third place. And now Callum Bradshaw gets past Macaulay Bishop. Matthew Higgins was channeling his inner, his inner rallying there. Got sideways, caught the slide. Well, he's got a pretty good teacher when it comes to driver coaching, his old man, David. Back through he goes on Tommy van der Stroys. And Austin Lee definitely factoring in. Dion van Verven in 10th. And Mark Kimber has dropped all the way down to 21st. There goes Sean Butcher. There was the daylight that the 301 needed, and he got through on Tommy van der Stroys. Dion van Verven got through. And the 379 of Austin Lee has definitely been showcasing what's been happening from his perspective. As now, Lewis Gilbert has the race lead off of Kai Hunter. You could cut the tension like a hot knife through cold butter right about now, because anything might happen when you look at who's where. Kai Hillert's 18th. Mark Kimber currently 20th. Sean Butcher is running in 7th. Might make that 6th very, very shortly. But Lewis Gilbert holding off Kai Hunter for the race lead. This might be able to help Lewis Gilbert. He scored 48 points in the heats. Kai Hunter picking up 2nd. So that was 52 points for the Brit. So Gilbert leads. Hunter, Bradshaw, Bishop, Higgins, Perilli, Butcher 7th, Austin Lee 8th, Dion van Verven and Tommy van der Stroys round out the top 10. 11th, Ethan Jeff Hall. Then it's Jaden Teen. Caden McQueen now up into 13th position. Paul Forquemin, Miles Barthorpe, Vic Stevens, Kai Hillertz, William Antrobus, Mark Kimber, 19th. And then rounding out the top 20, Luke Bate. Magic Hamera has done what he normally does. He gets into the second chance seat and puts on a show. Well, Magic is now 22nd. And he started 34th. So 12 positions gained. Recently, ended up commentating alongside the voice of the Grand Finals for a recent round of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Henry Baudet. And still, with 8 minutes and 9 seconds still to go, Lewis Gilbert and Kai Hunter running line astern. Both not putting all their cards down on the table at this moment. We are just under 60 seconds away from hitting the halfway point of this race. Change for 4th. That's Higgins on Bradshaw. And Sean Butcher now closing in on Jamie Perilli and is about 3.5 tenths behind when they went over the stripe last time around. A little bit further back, Lauren Legort now up to 23rd, maybe make that 22nd. There's now Macaulay Bishop reeling in both Hunter and Gilbert at the front end of the field. Now coming around to complete lap 7. Fastest lap at the moment, Sean Butcher, now Macaulay Bishop, 56.620. Sean Butcher within 2.5 tenths of a second of Jamie Perilli. And Callum Bradshaw is just with them as well. Bradshaw 5th across the line. And now, Gilbert's got a double Dan Holland Racing offensive up his inside. First goes Hunter. There is Bishop to his immediate right. Gilbert looks to his right and says, no, you don't. You're not getting through on me. And now, one lone Craft Motorsport Wolf against 3 Dan Holland Racing carts. They do say strength in numbers, and that's being personified right here, but keep your eyes on who's just behind. That's Jamie Perilli in the number 392. So out of the final corner, less than 6.5 minutes remain on the timer. Hunter leads, Bishop second, Gilbert third, Higgins fourth, Perilli, Van der Stoys, Austin Lee, Callum Bradshaw, Sean Butcher, and now Caden McQueen round out the top 10. So this is where things get interesting. Strategic chess pieces being put on circuit. So, Sean Butcher is currently 9th place. That's 44 points. Mark Kimber at the moment, 18th position. Rilletts is 16th at the minute. So, oh well, Callum Bradshaw has just got a 5-second time penalty for pushing. And now the lead has changed. So this time it goes from Hunter to Bishop, who takes the race lead. Oh, someone's a little bit wide there. That was Macaulay Bishop. He's dropped to 4th behind Lewis Gilbert, and he's got Jamie Perilli right behind him. Tommy Van der Stoys and Austin Lee round out the top 7, ahead of Callum Bradshaw and Sean Butcher. Caden McQueen rounds out the top 10, who are covered by just under 3.1 seconds. And from 1st to 35th, 14 seconds. Covers the entire field thus far. Four and a half minutes still remain. Hunter leads again. Higgins second. Gilbert, Bishop, Perilli. And Tommy Van der Stoys ran out the top 6. Been a change at the bottom part of the top 10 from 8th backwards. Sean Butcher now back up to 8th. Caden McQueen 9th. Oh, Higgins is looking for the move on Hunter. Through into the opening hairpin. Well, I think Hunter didn't really fight that too much, because one of the cardinal rules of racing is never take out your teammate. And it will have been exercised by the Carter brothers and also Dan Holland. As we have got yellow flags through into the exit of the Fullerton S's and also into Bobby Game Corner. So the drivers now coming across the start-finish line. That's lap 11 completed. Higgins now leads, Hunter second, Bishop in third. It's another Dan Holland Racing dominant display at the front of the field, but Lewis Gilbert, he will want to upset the apple cart. I know that for a fact. They might be racing for respective teams, but they're also racing for themselves. Oh, Gilbert goes defensive on Jamie Perilli, and that is going to allow the likes of Tommy Van der Stoys to close on in the 311 from The Hague. And Van der Stoys, oh, tries to go high, wide and handsome around the outside on either both Perilli and Gilbert. Doesn't quite work out. Slots in behind them going into the Fullerton S's. But the 3 Dan Holland racing carts at the front of the field, led by Matthew Higgins, the 18-year-old from Trafalgar in Wales. And also, Sister Lizzie is here as well. Recently been at the Italian Grand Prix, does some work alongside Williams Racing with the likes of Logan Sargent and Alexander Albon in the garage. So top 10 has stayed as it is. Rilletts now up into 13th, Kimber now 16th. Miles Barthorpe has just retired from the race, it looks like. Oh, bit of a scrap here. Perilli up the inside of Gilbert through into the opening hair. Well, that is Perilli as... well, is that Perilli? No, that was Van der Stoys. There's Butcher trying to get through. Austin Lee just behind them. So's Caden McQueen. Bradshaw rounds out the top 10. And, oh, well, Caden McQueen says, hello, Callum Bradshaw. And he tries to swat him away like a fly. Oh, that's a bit robust there. Caden McQueen went neatly through on that front. And Callum Bradshaw again trying to get through on Caden McQueen. Caden just lets him through. as if to say, well, I'm just going to run my race. And then Jaden Thien gets through as well. And Sean Butcher, in the meantime, now moves up to P7. And now also, right, Lewis Gilbert has picked up a 5-second time penalty for blocking from race control. Oh, dearie, dearie me. And Tommy van der Stroy, well, I think it was Tommy van der Stroy that might have just had his front bumper slightly crumpled. And Sean Butcher's up another position. Oh, van der Stroy's. Careful, Tommy, careful. It just goes to show how much you've really got to keep yourself out of trouble. You've got to, you know, cross the T's, dot the I's, put a couple of pounds in the meter for the man upstairs. But the top three from Dan Holland Racing leading the way. There's Butcher now ahead of Gilbert, just behind of Van der Stroys. Now there's another change. Macaulay Bishop gets through for the race lead on Matthew Higgins. Kai Hunter towards the outside of hairpin number 2 on that particular occasion. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Kai, just be careful. Macaulay was there. Oh, Macaulay decides, well, I'm not having any of this anymore. Oh, dearie me. Macaulay, just keep it on the black stuff, please. There's going to be one more lap to go, and now there's a bit of inter-team fighting. Hunter strikes now through the Mike Wilson complex. Higgins trying to get his way past. Last lap board is out for the pre-final for Senior Rotax. Hunter leads the way. Second is Bishop. Third is Higgins. Jamie Pirelli has got the ringside seat, and I bet he's licking his lips with all that's going on in front of him. Van der Stroy's 5th. Butcher 6th. Gilbert, despite having a 5-second time penalty, as Kaden McQueen has dropped down towards the bottom end of the field and might be out of the race. As the final lap comes towards its inevitable conclusion at this point. Mark Kimber, 14th. Kai Rilletz, 12th. Sean Butcher is trying to do his absolute maximum at the moment. Macaulay Bishop defends through the Fullerton S's ahead of Matthew Higgins and Jamie Pirelli. As Higgins was nearly a little bit sideways going through into Bobby Game corner. And then into the Mike Wilson complex. The checkered flag now is being prepared. Another final corner. It's Kai Hunter that wins the pre-final. Second, it's going to be Macaulay Bishop. Third, Matthew Higgins. Fourth, Jamie Pirelli. Fifth, Tommy van der Stroys. But more importantly, the driver crossing the line in 6th position is Sean Butcher. Lewis Gilbert finishes 7th, but that will be outside of the top 10 for the Scotsman after the 5-second blocking penalty is applied post-race. Callum Bradshaw, Austin Lee, Ethan Jeff Hall, Jaden Thien, Kai Rilletz, Vic Stevens, Mark Kimber and Paul Falkwemen provisionally ran at the top 15 at the moment. Dion Van Verven, George Holbrook, Archie Walker, William Antrobus, Lauren Ligor, Sverre Ubben, Luke Bates, Magic Hemera, Lucas Schlegel, Montego Masson, William Christensen, Jack Stedman, Zach Scowler, Jane Lawrence, Frederick Zebis Christensen, Mario Sidler, William Pemble, James Johnson rounding out the 33 finishers, Kanan McQueen retiring on lap 14, Miles Barthorpe on lap 10, and Tyler Harris out on the opening lap. Now we go to our last pre-final of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. Up next, it's DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the starting grid. So, Martin van Leeuwen will have David Outlechner alongside on the front row. Jakob Bezel, I've not seen come through sector number 1. He's due to start on the inside of row number 2. Nicolas Picot is on the outside of row number 2 and starts from DD2 Masters pole position. Enzo Boll, Tristan Rennie, Bradley Barrett, Victor Frostbay, Dennis Thum, Lucas Pernod, Maxime Didix, Ilias Kaliakmanis and Martin Stankovic ran at the top 13. Matthias Lund and Nicolas Guillaume ran out the top 15. And Ed Matthews is again a non-starter. So the drivers make their way over the Litchfield Bridge, go down the dip on their formation lap here at Paul Fletcher International for what will be the penultimate time this season. As the drivers now start to slow, heading towards the Fullerton S's. Again, it will be another 14 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So now the drivers will get into a slow formation. Ahead of 14 minutes plus an additional lap of racing as we are very shortly going to conclude the morning's action here at the home of British karting, Paul Fletcher International, as the drivers get themselves into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Lights are out. And a good start by Martin van Leeuwen. Maybe Outlechner napping a little bit, but Polish driver very quickly up to speed as they go over to the bridge on the opening tour. Van Leeuwen has got Outlechner calling all over his back bumper as they head down into the opening hairpin. Enzo Boll trying to make a dive up the inside of Nicolas Picot through the first of the 2 infield hairpins. But Van Leeuwen just keeping it nice and pinned on the racing line. Now Outlechner just sticks his nose out to let Martin van Leeuwen know that he's there, but Nicolas Picot, very rapid driver in his own right, even though he is actually, I think if I remember correctly, out of all the DD2 Masters drivers this year, he's actually the youngest. That feels weird saying that, to be completely honest with you. But Outlechner has got the bit between his teeth. Wants to try and go for the overtaking move to get himself the prime position for the race later on today at 4:10 this afternoon, when things are closed out on this chapter of the Rotax Max Euro Trophies history over the past 6 years that started back in April 2018. Drivers make their way through the Fullerton S's. Well, Outlechner is saying to Martin van Leeuwen, right, I'm going to make you work for this. You've got everything to lose. I've got nothing to lose. Let's tango, shall we? Let's see what happens. So after the opening couple of laps, Enzo Boll puts in the fastest lap of the race. Currently in P4 at the moment, top 4. Oh, Outlechner nips up the inside. There he goes on Martin van Leeuwen. Nicolas Picot was also trying to have a little bit of a nibble, going through the second part of the banking into the left-hander at turn 3. And here comes Enzo Boll up the inside. Now Enzo Boll has really got to start making some strides forward, because he came into this race weekend at a little bit more of a disadvantage than he would have liked. Obviously, that will depend on what happens. And at the moment, even with drop scores not taken into consideration, Enzo Bol is 46 points behind Martin van Leeuwen in the grander schemes of things, which effectively means that Van Leeuwen needs to just stay ahead of Enzo Bol, and he's got the championship. Then you have to take the drop scores into consideration, which actually I don't think at this point, even if it was to finish, if the season was to finish like it is, Van Leeuwen would still win the title by 33 points, taking into consideration no pre-final, no final, and effectively 2 drop scores as of right now, because it's the best 10 out of 12 results. Lucas Bernal is feeling a bit fired up as well. Had a P3 in Heat 2 yesterday, but was also unfortunately excluded from the session. There's Tristan Rennie, stays ahead of Bradley Barrett. That's the battle for 4th position on your screens, going through into the Mike Wilson complex. But Outlationer leads the way. Gap between him and Martin van Leeuwen now expands to half a second. Enzo Bol, half a second behind Van Leeuwen as he rounds out the top 3. Oh, Tristan Rennie was a little bit sketchy coming out of the Bruno Ferrari S's onto Uncle Tyrone's banking. Now Lucas Bernal wants to end his championship on a flourish. Well, let's be completely honest. If it wasn't for what happened in Val d'Argenton, I think Lucas Bernal would have been definitely a prime contender for this year's championship. Bradley Barrett still staying ahead of the Canadian, the 433 from KR Sport, who's also wearing the KR Sport Sunday best. So has Outlationer expanded that gap between himself and Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands? Let's find out. Gap last time was half a second. Now, just over half a second. Enzo Bol keeping the distances between himself and Van Leeuwen within touching distance, so to speak. Slightly fractionally slower on that previous tour, 56.239 for Enzo Bol, 56.181 for David Outlationer. And Lucas Bernal, in the meantime, has got past Bradley Barrett. Tristan Rennie now has Nicolas Picot trying to breathe down the rear of his exhaust pipe at the minute, going through Bobby Game Corner. But bearing in mind, folks, that is not a battle for position. Well, it's an overall battle for position, I know, but it's not for class position. So Picot is leading the way. He's looking to make another significant haul of points at this moment. And the way he's going, I think Dennis Tum and Martin Stankiewicz, folks, are now 9th and 10th respectively. Matthias Lund, Ilias Kaliakmanis. Oh, Victor Frostbay's dropped by the wayside on lap number 2. So Victor Frostbay not having a good start to his, start to finals day, even with the fact that they had the 3rd and final heat earlier on this morning. So the drivers now make their way through the Fullerton S's once again. Enzo Bol pulling away from Tristan Rennie to the tune of about a second at the minute. David Outlationer still holds the fastest lap of the race, 56.125 seconds. And Van Leeuwen and Outlationer, well, they are well over half a second quicker than Enzo Bol, who's fallen a little bit further down the wayside. He's currently running P3. That's 50 points if the race finishes like it is. Outlationer on 55. And then Van Leeuwen would be on 52. Now, it's only the top 2 drivers in the championship, let's not forget. The pick up the 2 allocated tickets for this year's Grand Finals. where it all stems from. It's not just it's not a case of being cut and dry, if you will. But Outlashner still now starting to expand that gap. Martin Stankovičius and Dennis Thun battling out on track. Now this is for second in DD2 Masters. Dennis Thun was looking rather racy and stuck his nose up the inside through the second part of the banking on the left-hand side of Martin Stankovičius. Stankovičius takes a brief look over his right shoulder. Dennis Thun launches it up the inside through into the first hairpin. Stankovičius tries the cutback attempt. And then, finds Dennis Thun right. Dennis Thun and Matthias Lund there. Matthias Lund gets through and splits the pair of them. So that's probably not what Martin Stankovičius wanted right there. And bearing in mind he is in contention for a ticket over in Eastern Europe. I have to give a shout out to another organiser, Yanis Karažoks, who organises the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia Championship. They've got their final races in Jelgava next week. Which also coincides with the Latvian National Karting Championship, the Tillotson T4 Latvia, and the RMC Lithuania Challenge, where I will actually be next week. So from the UK back over to Eastern Europe for yours truly. Well, they'll be having their final respective rounds. Oh, Enzo Bol getting a little bit of a shake-up by Tristan Rennie at that point. Tristan Rennie goes towards the outside. Oh, this is going to bring in very nicely Nicolas Picot and Lucas Pernod just behind. So Pernod gunning for what could very much be a top 4 finish. So that just goes to show how quickly things change. And at the moment, well, Outlashner is just trying to maximise his opportunity to see if he can get ahead of Enzo Bol, because you know for a fact that the teams will be working out all these points just like I am, only they've got more time to do it. Because they have to say, right, okay, this is where we need to be. This is where we need to be to get that ticket. You know, they may think, well, okay, we're not going to be in the title hunt, but there's always that opportunity that if you're in the top 3, if you're first or second in DD2, you go through and get your ticket for the grand finals. Previous drivers that have qualified for DD2, Martin Henkel-Mortensen and Max Fleischmann, 2018. Jakob Bezel and Zana Schriblak, 2019. Zana Schriblak and Glenn Van Parijs in 2020. And then the only 2 brothers that have actually qualified at the same time, Peder and Jakob Bezel in 2021. Last year, Mark Kimber and Peder Bezel have also qualified last year, but who's it going to be this season? The jury's still out on that one, as we have 3 minutes and 25 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap here at Paul Fletcher International, the home of British karting. So with 3 minutes to go, oh, right, Lucas Pernod has got Tristan Rennie right front and centre. As Nicolas Picot has got past the 474 from CAF Motorsport representing the United Kingdom. David Outlashner has done himself every single favour in the world right about now, because it puts him within striking distance of Enzo Bol going into this afternoon's race. The last opportunity. So Victor Frostbait out of the race, unfortunately on lap number 2. Jakob Bezel opting to not start. And then also the fact that Ed Matthews, I understand it might be his last time competing in DD2. So 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Drivers coming down to the wire here on the road to Bahrain for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals later on this year. Enzo Bol is being caught hand over fist by Nicolas Picot. David Outlashner still has the fastest lap of the race, 56.042 by the young man from Poland via South Wales, where he normally spends a lot of time. Also competes in the Rotax Max Challenge Poland. Rotax Max Challenge Poland. amongst others. And then you look at the honour roll list of DD2 Masters. Sławomir Marański, the only driver from Poland in the 6 years of the Euro Trophy that is actually, well, no, actually I scrapped that, there are two. Oli Pilka, so two drivers from the nation of Poland that have secured Grand Finals tickets. Marański took the title in 2018, as now we have a little bit of a battle on our hands, side by side, just behind. More likely going to be Martinas Stankovičius, so that will be Ilias Kaliakmanis and Nicolas Guillaume. 2020 was, 2018 was Sławomir Marański. 2019, the man that went on to win the Grand Finals in DD2 Masters that year, Austria's Roberto Pajewski. 2020, Sebastian Humpelhardt. 2021, Paul Louveau. And last year, Denis Thum. So we have had, over the last 5 years, 4 different nationalities represented. So the question is, could it be a 5th one, or could we have a nation pick up 3 different titles in the same, you know, because there's no one from Lithuania that's taken a championship in the Euro Trophy. Nearly happened last year. Could it happen this year? Or could it be France? Could it be Germany that end up having one of their drivers qualify for the Grand Finals, being the European champion? Final lap underway. Now, Outlationer leads by nearly half a second ahead of Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Enzo Bol still holding on to 3rd. Pico really putting his best foot forward. And staying in 4th, Tristan Rennie and Lucas Palnaut not too far behind him as the leaders come through into the infield hairpin, the first infield hairpin for the final time. Now into hairpin number 2 they go. This is where things are going to be very, very interesting, because the pre-final for every single race weekend of the season determines the grid for the final, where we parade the drivers in front of everybody as they get ready for their final race of the season. But the checkered flag is about to wave, because out of the final corner, David Outlationer from Poland keeps himself in the fight. Van Leeuwen 1 step away from the title. Enzo Bol 1 step away from qualifying for the Grand Finals. Picot, the favourite, the odds-on favourite to pick up the DD2 Masters title. That's dependent on what his other 2 competitors have to say about it. So David Outlationer takes the win ahead of Martin van Leeuwen. Enzo Bol takes 3rd. Nicolas Picot, Tristan Rennie round out the top 5, with Picot taking DD2 Masters victory in that one. Lucas Palnaut, Maxim Dirix, Bradley Barrett, Matthias Lund and Denis Thum round out the top 10. Martinas Stankovičius, Nicolas Guillaume, Ilias Kaliakmanis round out the 13 that finished ahead of Victor Frostbay, with Jakob Bezel and Edward Matthews opting to not start. So that concludes the morning's action here at Paul Fletcher International, the home of British karting. At 2:30 p.m. this afternoon, we get underway with the final hurrah here at the home of British karting in Lincolnshire. 5 races that will determine and decide who will become our 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy champions, and who will be heading to the sands of the Persian Gulf to the Bahrain International Karting Circuit between the 2nd and the 9th of December, as 13 drivers here in Lincolnshire will qualify for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. See you all then just after the lunch break. So, 5 more races remain in the current 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. Up first, it's the E20 Junior, Senior and Masters Final. Let's take you through the starting grid. So on pole position will be the number 753 of Junior Jonsson. Daniel Cebula will be alongside on the front row. Charlie Turner will be on the inside of row 2, joined by the 731 of Philip Luaka. And we also have Thijs Dams, Thomas Gibson, Spencer Braun, Victor Sundberg, Andrew Lloyd, Niels Lilja, Cameron Crockett and Mats Johan Overhoff rounding out the top 12. Gilberto Luaka leads the way in this race from 13th on the grid in E20 Masters, ahead of Hector Ramirez and Kaz Paldemans, who rounds out the top 15. George Holbrook and Andreas Matis will be 16th and 17th. Holbrook may not be taking the start on this one, with Harrison Whitacombe, Christopher Holst, Antoine Lemieux, Joshua Graham, Frederic Lemieux, Arthur Lorimier and David Planko rounding out the 24-strong grid, as the drivers now start to make their way back onto the start-finish straight and line up in their respective grid positions. So the final will be over the course of 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Dan Ashton walks away from the front of the grid as we get ready to go lights out and racing. Here for one final time for the E20 Championships. Lights are out, we are off and racing, and it's a good start from the outside of the front row, courtesy of Daniel Cebula in the number 724. As they make their way up the banking, as now E20 Junior gets ready to go fully charged here at Paul Fletcher International. The lights will be on very shortly. There they are, and now they go out. Good start off the line by Harrison Whitacombe, who leads the field going into the Bruno Ferrari S's on the opening tour. Not too far behind is the 602 of Christopher Holst, as the drivers make their way through into the Uncle Tyrone's banking. As the 724, Daniel Cebula coming under pressure. Junior Jonsson up the inside onto the curbing. Cebula loses a little bit of real estate and drops down to third position, just behind Charlie Turner. Thijs Dams, who is trying to go for the E20 senior title himself, having been the runner-up back in 2021 behind Taze Stevens as a junior, when he went on to finish third at the grand finals. Cebula sticks his nose up the inside of Charlie Turner, but bouncing the curbs on the top part of the banking was the number 721, Thijs Dams. As the field makes its way into hairpin number 1, a few lunges here or there, Thomas Gibson being one of them. And Spencer Braun making his way up to 5th position. So the drivers now make their way into the Fullerton S's with 6 minutes and 21 seconds to go. As Kaz Paldemans trying to keep within half a second of Andreas Matis. They are just behind Gilberto Luaka in the battle for E20 Masters. As they go across the start-finish line with an absolutely rapid rate of speed. As Kaz Paldemans drops behind Hector Ramirez in the running order of E20 Masters at the minute. It is Harrison Whitacombe that's leading by nearly 0.6 of a second in E20 Juniors, ahead of Joshua Graham. Christopher Holst rounds out the top 3. He's in the battle for the crown at the minute, which is very, very close indeed between Antoine Lemieux, Christopher Holst, Arthur Lorimier and Frederic Lemieux. And Charlie Turner now leads the way in the 729 entry, ahead of Junior Jonsson. Daniel Cebula and Spencer Braun rounds out the top 4 positions as they come out of the final corner. 3 minutes down, 5 to go. plus an additional lap. And Sabula trying to get on with things. Junior Jonsson trying to force the door open on the inside of Charlie Turner. But the 729 holds his ground, stays resilient as now Spencer Braun gets through on Daniel Sabula. Now here comes the 721 of Taze Dams looking to go towards the outside of the Brit into the first of the two hairpins. Side by side between Sabula and Taze Dams, who manages to get through for fourth place at the front of the field. It's a British sandwich with Swedish filling inside. Turner in front, Jonsson in second, and Braun rounding out the top three. Harrison Whitcomb continues to lead the way in E20 Juniors. We're just coming over the 4-minute mark, so nearly halfway through the race. And now it's really heating up at the front end of the field. And now Spencer Braun mounts the curbs, looks to go on the inside. Through into second place goes the 765 of Junior Jonsson onto the Litchfield Bridge. Makes the move stick. And now he's got Charlie Turner just in front of him right now. This, again, is a crucial point. So with 3 minutes and 27 seconds still to go at this moment in time. This is where it all counts the most for anybody that is out there on the circuit as we speak. But Joshua Graham really trying to close in. On Harrison Whitcomb, and there is Spencer Braun through for the race lead, through the banking. The 765 got through on Charlie Turner, and there goes Daniel Sabula up the inside, or Thomas Ibsen up the inside of Junior Jonsson, who now drops to fourth, gets back on the inside. Oh, it's going to get a bit gnarly between third, fourth, and fifth. They've also got Taze Dams and Philip Lewacka from Switzerland just behind them. And now Spencer Braun is trying to defend from Charlie Turner. Thomas Ibsen has the fastest lap of the race, 57.949 seconds at this juncture. So they come across the line with just over 2 minutes to go. They're all fanning out down the start-finish straight using the boost activation, giving an additional 4 kilowatts of horsepower to the back axle, which contains the permanent magnetic synchronous motor that produces around 190 newton meters of torque. As all, bit of a surprise there from Thomas Ibsen, who fires it up the inside. And now is he going to go for another position? He might do into the hairpin. That's the 756, now ahead of the 724 of Daniel Sabula. They are very, very close. Indeed, Sabula makes it through, threads the eye of the needle into the Fullerton S's, but the Polish driver, along with Junior Jonsson, is going to have the opportunity to get through at Bobby Game Corner, which they both do. Meanwhile, at the front of E20 Juniors, Harrison Whitcomb still leading the way. Joshua Graham hanging on by a thimble. Thread is hanging on ahead of Christopher Holst at the moment, who is gunning for the E20 Junior title. And, well, Mats Johan Overhoff's dropping down the times at the moment as we speak. I'm not too sure if I can see. Oh, I've just seen the 755. He's got the 725 going past him. That's Andrew Lloyd from Canada. As the drivers make their way through into the final 30 seconds of the race weekend. So we're just coming up to 12 seconds to go on the timers. Joshua Graham now retakes the lead in E20 Juniors as the timer now strikes 0. Spencer Braun leads the field over to the Lichfield Bridge for what will be the penultimate time of this race. And also of the weekend. So this time we will see the last lap board out very, very shortly. As the E20 seniors and masters make their way through into the Mike Wilson complex for the final time, or not, for the penultimate time, as the last lap board is going to be shown right now. Spencer Brougham has been waiting for this moment all weekend long, as now Charlie Turner loses second to Daniel Sabula. The race is quite clearly on, as Turner really trying to put the pressure onto the 724 from the UK. As now some of the other drivers, Kaz Poldermans has got one of the other drivers behind him. That looks to be more than likely Gilberto Loaca, as we're on the final lap. At this particular moment, who is going to come out on top in the race, well, in the win in this final, because Spencer Brougham is just a half a lap away. He took all 3 victories in the heats yesterday. As E20 managed to conclude their action, Thomas Ibsen trying to get through at the Mike Wilson complex for 4th place. But here comes the finale. Here it is. It's the double wave checkered flags. And Spencer Brougham wins E20 Senior. As in the weekend, by my calculations, the event winner is the weekend winner on the final. Spencer Brougham, I think, has just booked his place to Bahrain. Thomas Ibsen takes 2nd. Charlie Turner takes 3rd. Daniel Sabula takes 4th. Junior Jonsson, Philip Loaca, Taze Dams, Mats Johan Overhoff, Andrew Lloyd, Victor Sundberg, Niels Lilja, Cameron Crockett, and by my provisional calculations, your inaugural Project E20 Masters champion, herzlichen Glückwunsch, Andreas Matis, who has taken the win. And with it, he did not take part in the pre-final, but Andreas Matis, by my calculations, had a no score in the pre-final, wins the final, and I think that's the first time in a few years that he might have booked his place on Team Germany at the Rotax Grand Finals as a competitor. Rounding out everything else, Gilberto Loaca takes 14th out of Kaz Poldermans. Kaz, I think, might have either secured 2nd or 3rd in E20 Masters, still working out the numbers for who has become our senior champion for Project T20. Joshua Graham rounds out the weekend, having done double duty. He's got another race to go later on for Junior Rotax. He takes the win in E20 Juniors out of Christopher Holst, Harrison Whitcomb, Arthur Lorimier, Antoine Lemieux, David Planko, and Frederic Lemieux round out the 23 strong, everyone making it to the checkered, with George Holbrook not taking part. Now we get underway with the last race of the season for Minimax. And here is your starting grid. First of all, Jacob Ashcroft is not on pole position. We've been doing some provisional calculations. It might be the case that if he does not take part, there's a 0 score, but that becomes one of his drop scores and could put him as the champion for 2023. We will confirm that in due course. Albert Friend takes second ahead of Denny Babacek and Kian Bernard rounding out the top 4. Make that the top 3. Tom Reed, Joshua Griffin, Nikita Lubimov, Ellis Bell, Oliver Warner, Cole Denham round out, which is the top 9. Ahead of Adam Tudasek, Albie Lapper, Jensen Chalk, Max Gilman, Ryan Gandor, Isaac Barker, Riley Murrow, Kieran Stewart might be going round. We did see this last time on the formation lap. Grayson Wortley ahead of Fraser Anderson with Miko Schreers, Christian Sayerson, Amelie Davey, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Edward Haynes, Stanley Clark, Oliver Meek, Theo Bradshaw not competing, so won't take the start. Charlie Wolfett and Sebastian Lersch rounds out the grid. So the drivers make their way around the circuit one more time before we get into the last race of the Minimax season for 2023 here at the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get the final chapter in the Minimax Championship underway, as we will have Albert Friend leading the field. Denny Babacek will be on the outside, on the inside of row number 2. Alongside him to his immediate left will be Kian Bernard. 11 minutes on the timer. Cole Denham starts from 10th position, and this is the final hurrah. Drivers now make their way through the Mike Wilson complex ahead of 11 minutes plus an additional lap of racing here at the home of British karting. Paul Fletcher International, as the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. As we get ready to get the revs building, the anticipation heightens, the revs rise, the lights are out first time, and we're underway. And a good start by Albert Friend. Denny Babacek slots in behind the 191 from Strawberry Racing as they go through the Bruno Ferrari S's on the opening tour. Everyone so far making it neatly through. One driver towards the back part of the top 15, going a bit wide through the Uncle Tyrone banking. Ollie Werner was an absolute whirling dervish. He's shot up the inside of turn number 3 and has got himself up a couple of positions, but keep your eyes on Cole Denham. He's going high, wide and handsome around the outside. At hairpin number 2, he's already up to 5th place. 5th place for Cole Denham. The 162 from Dan Holland Racing as they make their way down to the Fullerton S's for the first time. 10 1/4 minutes on the timer remaining as Albie Friend leads the field through Bobby Game Corner. Now into the Mike Wilson complex they head at this point. Now, this will be a precursor to what's going to happen over the next 10 minutes or so, plus an additional lap. And Cole Denham's already got himself up to 5th position, which nets him 48 points. Albie Friend leading the way on and has 55 to his credit. We now have to take drop scores into consideration. The drivers making their way through into the second hairpin as we speak. Friend leading Babacek, leading, that is Cole Denham. He's like a whirling dervish, the youngster. Through into the Fullerton S as they go. And now he's got Kian Bernard right behind him. So good effort there by Cole Denham. That puts him up to 50 points so far. But Jacob Ashcroft will take, having not taken the start, will score no points. That becomes a drop score and puts him on a total drop score of 32 points. And now Denham, he'll want to finish the season on a high. He will want to be the race winner here in the final. The top three in the final get the trophies. And now Denham up the inside, through on Babicek at turn number 4, over the Litchfield Bridge. Now up to second. This is going to be close, folks. Very close indeed. And even if Cole Denham gets the win, it's not going to be enough. The way things work out, and Denham is in the lead. Denham is in the lead. That now means, if it stays like it is, in around 9 minutes' time, Jacob Ashcroft becomes the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy Mini-Max champion, and he books his place to Bahrain in December of this year. Cole Denham came into this race weekend with the advantage, and now he's going to put on a show for everyone. He's put in so much hard work as the 162. He's had Jacob Ashcroft's number all the way through the weekend. Won 3 heats, put it on pole for the pre-final. And then a 5-second penalty put him down to 10th and put it in the hands of Jacob Ashcroft. And now Albie Friend battling away with Denny Babicek. Cole Denham has now started to expand that lead. The waft that the 162 DHR Lando Norris chassis has got underneath it has been nigh on mighty this weekend. Nigh on mighty. Cole Denham setting fastest lap after fastest lap. Now a new one, 60.95. Albie Friend now nearly 4/10 of a second adrift, and he's being hounded by Denny Babicek. Kian Bernard, Tom Reed, Joshua Griffin, Ellis Bell, Nikita Lubimov, Jensen Chalk, Ollie Warner, Ed Haynes, Charlie Wolfett, Ryan Gandor, Isaac Barker, and rounding out the top 15, it's Max Gilman. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, she's not had the best run this weekend, but she's now into 18th, ahead of Oliver Meek and Stanley Clark. Oliver Meek has done an absolutely brilliant job from 27th on the grid. He is now in 19th. The likes of Albie Lapper, Adam Turasek rounding out the top 17. Miko Schwiers, Sebastian Lersch, Grayson Wortley, Fraser Anderson, Christian Sayerson and Emily Davey, with Riley Murrow and Kieran Stewart rounding out the order. But with 6 minutes to go, Cole Denham is now going to try and pull away from Albie Friend. So now it's up to what happens next. Cole Denham might now realise, well, it's out of my reach. You know what? I'm going to end on the best note possible. And that's exactly what builds character, what builds intestinal fortitude, and paves the way for more successes in the future. I've enjoyed seeing Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft going head-to-head all season long. And yesterday was nothing short of impressive by the two of them. The way things at the top 3 is working out at the moment. 375, Jacob Ashcroft. 371, Cole Denham and Albert Friend. 357. This is now taking into consideration the best 7 of 9 results through the heats, through the pre-finals and the finals, all the way through the season. And it's come down to next to nothing. 4 3/4 minutes to remain on the timer. Now, I will be completely honest. There is dark clouds starting to circle around Uncle Tyrone's banking in the Litchfield Bridge. So hopefully that might bring a little bit of a welcome breeze in the local area. And I've just noticed the Trent Valley Kart Club flags that are by the big Trinitron screen opposite the grandstand on the far part of the circuit. They are flapping in the breeze. So Cole Denham holding station at the front end of the field. And at the minute, Albert Friend in second. Denny Babicek has an opportunity to now try and put himself maybe into 4th, because the way things are going, the young the younger brother of Teresa Eliska and Petra Babičková, has really showcased that he is one to watch in the years to come. He might be young, but you know what? That kid has got a hell of a lot of talent. As they come down towards hairpin number 1. So a little bit further down the order, Ryan Gandor, who's been switching a little bit between minis and juniors, actually competed at Val d'Argenton at round 2 of the championship season in late May. That was a hot one as well. That was scorching right there. But with 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, Cole Denham still leads. Albie Friend being hounded by Denny Babacek in the dying moments of this race, with 2 minutes 40 to go. Over the Litchfield Bridge they go for one final time, well, for a few more times. Still 2.5 minutes on the clock to go. We're currently on lap number 9 as they go into the hard braking zone into hairpin number 1. And what's more, keep your eyes on who's in 4th and 5th. Kean Bernard and Josh Griffin are closing. 6th, it's Tom Reed. Then it's Ellis Bell. Nikita Lubimov currently was 8th in the standings coming into this championship round and is currently 8th place on the road. And an interesting development, folks. I did mention about Denny Babacek. Well, put it this way. 4th in the championship could be decided by a single point, because Nikita Lubimov, by my provisional calculations, will have drop scores completing 65 points. Denny Babacek, worst scores so far. The final at Genk, 38 points. Heats at Marienborg, 39 points. That makes 77. So take away 77 points from 406, you get 329. Lubimov, 395 at the moment. Take away 65 points. That puts him on 330. Coming down towards the final 60 seconds. Next time around will be the penultimate lap of this Minimax season. And what a fitting place to be at the home of British karting at Paul Fletcher International. As Cole Denham comes out of the final corner, the 162 from Dan Holland Racing. Looks over his left shoulder. 2 more laps remain. Friend and Babacek, well, you can't split them apart. Now this time, Babacek, I think, caught Albie Friend slightly unawares there and put himself just ahead. And that puts him into 2nd position, which means that Denny Babacek could be 4th provisionally by the end of this race. But the timer is fast ticking away. Into the Fullerton S's for the penultimate time, lap number 11. And when we see the last lap board very, very shortly, it'll be 1,382 metres to conclude the racing season. The final lap of 2023 starts right now. Cole Denham looking to finish strong after what's been a very, very competitive season in this class. Over towards the Litchfield Bridge for one final time. Now into the right-hander at turn 4, down the dip as they head towards the infield, the first infield hairpin on the opening tour. Denny Babacek looks to possibly have cemented himself as 4th in the championship standings ahead of Nikita Lubimov, who at the minute is currently running in 8th place. The 112 from Tallinn in Estonia, running with Buvin Power, normally runs with Talvar Racing. Shout out to them, guys. I'll see you next week in Jelgava. But through the Mike Wilson complex, Cole Denham will win the final but the champion will be the 122 of Jacob Ashcroft. Cole Denham finishes the season in style, wins the race by nearly 0.6 of a second. Albert Friend in third, thereby securing third in the championship standings. Joshua Griffin, Kian Bernard round out the top 5. Tom Reed, Ellis Bell, Nikita Lubimov, Charlie Wolfett, Jensen Chalk, Oliver Warner, Edward Haynes, Isaac Barker, Ryan Gandor and Oliver Meek round out the top 15. Albie Lapper finishes 16th ahead of Max Gilman, Adam Tudasek, Sebastian Lersch, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Grayson Wortley, Miko Schweers, Stanley Clark, Kieran Stewart, Riley Morrow, Fraser Anderson, Amelie Davey and Christian Sayerson. Theo Bradshaw didn't start the race, neither did Jacob Ashcroft, and he becomes the new Minimax champion for the Euro Trophy for 2023 by just 4 points after 3 race weekends this season. Now we get underway with our last race for junior road tax, and still the title is on a precipice right now. In about 14 minutes time, we will find out who will be our champion and who else will join that person on the podium. But here is your starting grid. Kenzo Craigie starts from pole position. Alongside him will be Hungary's Armand Hamilton. Kasper Schumans and Timo Jungling round out row 2. Row 3, Thomas Behrman and Joshua Graham. Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Harrison Whitacombe round out row 4. Thomas Ingram Hill and Archie Clark round out the top 10. Mateo Radenkovic and Lucas Blanford complete row 6. Bolowet and Fast Freddie Lloyd, row 7. Tom Strelle and Krit Knorren round out row 8, completing the top 20. Max Cuthbert, Ollie Wise, Boris Maximov and Adam Wooden. August Raber, Oliver Majewski, Tay Stevens, Sky Parker, Arayman Bansal, Adas Majalskis, Jack Baker, Olivier Yonkers, Zain El Homassani and Kasper Nissen round out the top 30, completing the 36 strong grid are Lithuania's Thomas Rudokas, Cameron Nelson from the UK, Matthias Jaderup from Denmark, Sebastian Koch from Germany, Joshua Smith and Lewis Goff rounding out the 36 strong grid. So the drivers now weaving from side to side as they head into the Fullerton S's. So the field now being asked to go around for another formation lap here at PFI. So drivers, seems to be a slight technical trouble at the moment, as we have sent the drivers around for another lap of this race, and red flags. Red flags are out due to the technical difficulty, so a slight delay for the Junior Rotax Final. They will line them up on the start-finish straight. So red flag. We have not yet started the race, so all 36 drivers will line up on the start-finish straight. Red flag is out. Right, folks, we have had a slight technical surge, lightning surge in the background, which has caused a problem with the lights on the gantry. I'm now hearing rain. Rain is here, slippery surface flags are out, and the lights are on the gantry. So, once again, it's going to be Kenzo Craigie from pole position. Got Armand Hamilton, Casper Schommans, Youngling, Behrman, Graham, Fracassi, Whitticombe, Ingram Hill, Clark, Radenkovic, Blanford, Loet, Lloyd, Strela, Knuren, Cuthbert, Wise, Maximov, Wooden, Raber, Majewski, Stevens, Parker, Banzal, Majalskis, Baker, Yonkers, El Homosani, Nissen, Rudokas, Nelson, Yerup, Kosh, Smith, and Goff. That is your 36 strong. And just outside the commentary box, I can hear rain, and it is coming down. So, folks, strap yourselves in. Get ready. It's 11 minutes plus an additional lap. If Matej Radenkovic finishes where he is, or he may become the new junior road tax champion. But anything can happen over the next 12 minutes. Into the tram lines we go. Red lights on the gantry. They're underway. First time of asking. And into the Bruno Ferrari S's. They are going to be treading on eggshells. And already Kenzo Craigie off the circuit. Multiple karts using effectively the runoff area. It was like everyone was trying to use the Joker lap in Nitro Rallycross. And it is getting very, very treacherous up at the top of the Litchfield Bridge. The drivers are going to have to circumnavigate things at this moment. If it's intensifying at this rate, the drivers are on slicks. This could really, really change things up, because if it's going to be even more significant, red flag is out. Red flag is out straight away with 10 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock. That will prompt a full restart with wet weather tyres. So that now means the game has changed. The weather has come in. Red flags out on the circuit. There will be a delay due to the significant shift in wet weather conditions. The rain came down slightly. Now it is pelting down with a bit more intensity. So red flags are out. We now have an official delay to enable the teams, the mechanics, to get wet weather tyres on all 36 karts for the Junior Road Tax Final. So we now turn our attention to a slight rejiggle in the format. It's going to be the Senior Rotax Final up next. So Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop will be on the front row. Shout out to Macaulay's mum, Kitty, who got in touch via Facebook. Good to hear from you. It is his first ever, well, it's the second ever race in seniors. I used to remember in 2019, Kitty, when he did 2 international events back to back. IAMI and Rotax within 2 weeks. They're on the front row. Matthew Higgins and Jamie Pirilli on row 2. Sean Butcher and Lewis Gilbert on row 3. Austin Lee, Ethan Jeff Hall, Jaden Teen, Kai Hillets, Vic Stevens, Mark Kimber, Paul Volkremin, Dion Van Verven, George Holbrook, William Antrobus. Rounding out the top 16, Lauren Ligor. Then we've also got Sverre Ubben, Luke Bate, Magic Chimera, Lucas Schlegel, Montigo Masson, Jack Stedman, Zach Scowler, Tommy van der Stoy, Jade Lawrence. Then we've got Frederick Zevis Christensen, Callum Bradshaw, Mario Sidler, William Pemble, William Christensen, James Johnson, Caden McQueen, Miles Barthorpe, Tyler Harris and Archie Walker, as they are sending them around for another lap. Another lap for the 36 strong drivers. It's also to help a little bit with clearing some of the standing water around the circuit here at PFI. So it will be 14 minutes plus an additional lap of this 1,382 metre circuit. So it all comes down to this seminal moment. Previous champions for Senior Rotax in the Euro Trophy include Hannes Morin, Matilda Olsson, Callum Bradshaw, and last year, Sean Butcher. The way things stand, taking the drop scores into consideration, Mark Kimber has still a 4-point advantage at this stage of the competition. But 14 minutes plus an additional lap to decide what happens in 2023 here at the home of British karting. We'll find out in 15 minutes. Drivers into the tram lines. Are you ready? Are you steady? The lights are out the first time. And Callum Bradshaw, I think, has just gone off the circuit coming out of the final corner. They are treading on eggshells. Oh, bit of a moment there by one of the DHR carts as they go through the Bruno Ferrari S's for the opening time. Matthew Higgins running wide. 2, 3, 4 cars going very, very wide up the banking. Over toward, and we've got a yellow flag heading towards the Litchfield Bridge. Through the banking, there was someone off at the back part of the top part of the banking. Oh, we've got a spinner, one of the KR Sports, and look, there's carts rally crossing over, coming out of turn number 4. This has really put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons. Everyone has just got to be so careful over the course of this race weekend. This just goes to show how difficult it is as the drivers now making their way around the circuit once again. It's going to be difficult to pick out the numbers, but it's Kai Hunter leading the way. Matthew Higgins looks to be in second position by all accounts. So out of the final corner, 12 minutes and 42 seconds on the timer remains. Kai Hunter leads the way. It's going to be Lewis Gilbert that looks to be in third position. There's Austin Lee. A little bit further back, roundabout in 6th place at this moment. Again, some drivers using the outside line of the banking, coming underneath the bridge through the Bruno Ferrari S's. So 11 minutes still to go. And at this moment, please bear with us whilst I'm just waiting for the timing to update on our screens. So 10.5 minutes still to go. And the top three drivers representing three parts of the United Kingdom. England in first, Wales in second, Scotland in third. That's Kai Hunter, Matthew Higgins and Lewis Gilbert. Sorry, I had to do that on home soil. Sorry about that, but it just goes to show that we now have a little bit of an update. Kai Hunter leads the way, Matthew Higgins in second, Lewis Gilbert. Sean Butcher is in fourth place. Ethan Jeff Hall is fifth. And that's Callum Bradshaw in sixth position. Mark Kimber seventh. Austin Lee in eighth. Paul Forquem in ninth. And Macaulay Bishop, who was on the outside of the front row, is rounding out the top 10. Bearing in mind, the young man from Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire, it's his second ever drive as a senior driver. He's been in juniors for pretty much all this year. He's a Kart Masters Grand Prix winner earlier on this year, as we are now on to 10.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. And it is going to be very much the case that once the rain has settled, and with the fact that the rain is not as significant as it was. Oh, 3 wheels on the wagon for Archie Walker. That kart is not going anywhere. A real shame for the young man from Billericay, the 391 from KR Sport. That can sometimes happen. That once you have to quickly change your wheels from dry to wet tyres, you can be at the mercy of the elements. So now there has been a change in the lead. Matthew Higgins is first. Lewis Gilbert gets crisscrossed by Kai Hunter going through the second hairpin. That's Callum Bradshaw fourth. Well, right. Where I was just going to say, Sean Butcher was fourth coming across the line. I haven't seen him quite yet, but I'll wait until they come across the start-finish line. As Gilbert dives bombs into the Mike Wilson complex on Kai Hunter. So Matthew Higgins leads, Gilbert second, third is Hunter, who's fourth, Bradshaw. Kimber fifth, Jeff Hall seventh, Austin Lee, well, Jeff Hall is sixth. Sean Butcher's dropped to ninth. Sean Butcher's dropped to ninth position. With just over 8 minutes and 20 to go, if it stays like it is, that's going to make Mark Kimber de facto Senior Road Tax European Champion. So Sean Butcher currently running in ninth position. That's 44 points. Mark Kimber currently in fifth. That's 48. So the drivers still have 7.5 minutes. Plus an additional lap of this race still to go. So Matthew Higgins looking very, very promising indeed in the lead of the race. There's Macaulay Bishop ahead of Sean Butcher. Now, if he gets past, that's going to be 45 points for Sean Butcher there. So looking at it from this perspective, if Mark Kimber is in 5th place, that's 48 points. Sean Butcher needs to do the following. He needs to finish first. If Kimber stays where he is, it's all over. 6 minutes and 12 seconds still to go. As, oh right, the black flag has come out, and Ethan Jeff Hall has now received it. The 397, last year's junior European road tax champion, has effectively been told, you are not racing in this, well, you're not racing in the final anymore. So Ethan Jeff Hall, that means that's an exclusion for Ethan Jeff Hall, who is 10th coming into this championship round of the season. Well, I've got a black and white warning flag as well, so we are having some technical difficulties, so he might have had a black and white flag or a black flag. So Ethan Jeff Hall might have seen the digital flag there. So now it's about what happens at the front end of the field, because Matthew Higgins is leading the way. Lewis Gilbert now finds himself in 2nd position. They are treading on eggshells going through into the Mike Wilson complex. They're using the outside line in order to navigate their way around the Mike Wilson complex. It's about getting a premium of traction. When it's wet weather, your traditional racing line goes out the window. And that is very much a matter of fact. So with 4 minutes and 30 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Higgins leads, Gilbert, Hunter, Bradshaw, Kimber in 5th. Sean Butcher now is up into 7th position. So Sean has got to get a bit further up the order. Oh, Lewis Gilbert trying to thread the eye of the needle through hairpin number 2 on Matthew Higgins, and manages to get the run through. They both give each other enough racing room through the Fullerton S's. And Gilbert now leads the way. So coming down to the final 3.5 minutes, plus an additional lap of this race. Just over a quarter of a second, separating 1st and 2nd position. Oh, Gilbert runs a little bit wide. Higgins takes the same line. They both then bury the throttle to the floor, out of the banking, onto the Litchfield Bridge. And now Sean Butcher finds himself up. Oh, right. Another change. Sean Butcher now up into 6th position, but is 11 seconds away at this moment in time to Mark Kimber. And it still is a 4-point advantage to Kimber at the moment in the lead of the championship. There is Kai Hunter just behind Callum Bradshaw. Well, he was for a minute. Bradshaw gets the cut back and gets back through. So Gilbert now starting to pull away from Matthew Higgins. Callum Bradshaw now up into 3rd position ahead of Kai Hunter. Mark Kimber in 5th, and then it's a very, very long wait until 6th comes across the line, which happens now. Sean Butcher still running around about, well, he's now he's over 11.5 seconds behind. So into the last 90 seconds, plus an additional lap of this racing season. And Lewis Gilbert looks to end it on a strong note. The pride of Scotland from Dalryan Ayrshire. His granddad Willie has been here. I had a catch up with him earlier on this weekend. As the drivers now will be at a snail's pace, probably the best part of 15 to 20 seconds off the lightning pace of around 50, the high 56s, the low 57s earlier on today before the rain came down and the heavens opened. But Lewis Gilbert now leads by 1.6 seconds ahead of Matthew Higgins. Mark Kimber doing exactly what he needs to do. Anyone remember in the battle for the Euro Trophy Championship last year, Sean Butcher had done enough, opted to do the starting and the sighting and formation lap, and then pulled the kart into the pits, and then using that as a drop score. It's all about the game of percentages when it goes to going for a title sometimes, but consistency is your best friend. 5 seconds to go on the timer as Lewis Gilbert goes out of the exit of the Fullerton S's. That's it. Time is up. The last lap board will very shortly be shown to Scotland's finest. The 3:29 of Lewis Gilbert. He makes his way into the Mike Wilson complex for what will be the penultimate time. Last lap board of the season for Senior Rotax is underway right now. So Scotland's Lewis Gilbert, one of the many that have joined the growing team at Killian Craft, at Craft Motorsport. Killian has been an absolute trooper, making sure that he gets some from the United Kingdom into the team, and has done so with great chagrin, and has also showcased speed, performance, and results. And Lewis Gilbert is just a handful of corners away from claiming the final race win of the season. Gilbert's best results was earlier on today in the heats, as Callum Bradshaw has a little bit of a moment there himself. And Sean Butcher making his way towards the final hairpin. But it is all going to be the case that when things were all said and done, after what will be 12 laps of racing, the double checkered will wave, thanks to our flag marshal Ryan, it waves for the pride of Scotland. Lewis Gilbert wins at PFI. Second place, it's going to be Matthew Higgins as Callum Bradshaw ran wide coming out of the final corner. Fourth, it's Kai Hunter, and provisionally by just 4 points, as we now see the outgoing, the man who's battled all season long, Sean Butcher takes 6th, but in 5th position by my approximate calculations, by 4 points. The title of Senior Rotax European Champion not only returns to Strawberry Racing, but your new Euro Trophy Senior Rotax Champion, Mark Kimber. Lewis Gilbert takes the victory ahead of Matthew Higgins. Callum Bradshaw rounds out the top 3 on his return to international competition. More than likely a one-off. Ahead of Kai Hunter, Mark Kimber, Sean Butcher, Tommy van der Stoys, Austin Lee, Caden McQueen, Paul Forquemin rounding out the top 10. Jaden Teen takes 11th. Macaulay Bishop in his second ever race weekend as a senior takes 12th. Kai Rillertz takes 13th position which gives the young man from Belgium 40 points, putting him on 477. Could secure him third in the championship, but those details have yet to be fully ratified and confirmed. William Antrobus, Jack Stedman, Monty Gomasson, Lauren Ligot, Vic Stevens, Tyler Harris, William Christensen ran at your top 20. Dion Van Verven, Jane Lawrence, Sverre Ubben, William Pemble, Luke Bate, Frederick Zebis Christensen, Zach Scowler, Mario Sidler, Magic Himera, and Lukas Schlegel rounding out the 30 that finished all 12 laps. Along the way, we lost the man that unfortunately ended up with 3 wheels on his wagon, Archie Walker, on lap 2. George Holbrook out on the very same lap. Jamie Pirelli on lap 4. Ethan Jeff Hall getting the black flag and was out after lap 5. And Miles Barthorpe finishing 31st, but unfortunately with 7 laps completed to his tally. We now get down to our penultimate race of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. And here it is, the rescheduled Junior Rotax Final. Thank you so much for everyone joining us all the way through the race weekend and bearing with us through the delays that we had, especially with the significant wet weather. We have got a kart actually stopping underneath the Litchfield Bridge, and Marshall running to the scene. Kenzo Craigie starts from pole position ahead of Armand Hamilton, Casper Schurmans, Timo Jungling, Thomas Behrman, Joshua Graham, Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Harrison Whitcomb, Thomas Ingram Hill, Archie Clark, Mateo Dankovic, Lucas Blanford, Boluet, Freddie Lloyd, Tom Strehler. And we've also got Krit Knorren, Max Cuthbert, Ollie Wise, Boris Maximov, Adam Wooden running at the top 20. August Raber, Oliver Majewski, Tay Stevens, Sky Parker, Raymond Bansal, Adas Majalskis, Jack Baker, Olivier Yonkers, Zain El Homosani, Casper Nissen, Thomas Rudokas, Cameron Nelson. And we've got Matthias Jerup, Sebastian Koch, Joshua Smith and Lewis Goff rounding out the 36 strong. They go round for another formation lap, ahead of 11 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. And at the moment, if Mateo Radenkovic stays exactly where he is, he will then become the new Euro Trophy Junior Champion, following in the footsteps of Mike Van Vugt, who I have to say, happy belated birthday wishes for yesterday. I kept that one quiet until I looked at Facebook in my hotel room yesterday evening. Also, Rudiger Scholzer and Matthias and the family, hope you're all keeping well. Rudiger, happy birthday today. One of the Matthias has run in the past few seasons with RMC Germany, especially with the team at Nies Racing, running on the Maranellos. So hope you're all well, including Mum Michelle. I can't forget about her, otherwise she'll tear my ear off. But as you can see, the drivers will be making sure that they go around this circuit. There is drainage systems in operation around PFI, but there are certain places on the circuit where standing water might still be a bit more prevalent. So the wet weather has really mixed things up here at Paul Fletcher International. The drivers again have been signalled for another formation lap. And this is more than anything just to help the drivers get used to the conditions, but also to help clear as much standing water off the circuit as possible. So 11 minutes plus an additional lap. They are being told to slow down by race director Thomas Leiner. And now they start going into some concertinaed formation. And I think the rain has started hitting the roof of the main tower overlooking the start-finish straights here at Paul Fletcher International. So, what will happen here? Who will take the 2023 Euro Trophy Junior crown? Red lights on the gantry, the revs start to build, the final gets underway right now. Craigie leads the field into the Bruno Ferrari S's as Armand Hamilton has to use the runoff area to keep out of the way of Casper Schurmans. And the drivers make their way over the Litchfield Bridge for the opening tour. Casper Schurmans is trying to do his level best. He's currently sitting at the minute around, he's on 489, including things as they might stay as they are now. I'll try and keep you updated with the championship points as they happen. But at the minute, Mateo Denkovic has dropped a couple of places. He's down to 13th at the moment. So where is Timo Jungling in all of this? He's currently 4th at the minute, which is 49 points. So 500 plays 496 at the minute. Kenzo Craigie at the moment could be tied. Now, where is Armand Hamilton? Armand Hamilton, well, they're more than likely tied, 497 apiece. Oh, so we could have a tie for second position. That could go to count back on previous results between the two. But then where is Archie Clark in all of this? Ah, right, Archie's on the move. He's up 2 places, so he's up to 8th place. That's 45 points for the young man from Leicester, 14 years of age. I know his mum's going to like this. He loves to, he doesn't like handshakes. He likes to hug people. He's a hugger. And you know what? That's not a bad thing to have at all. However, we are sort of right in the real early throes of this race. And at the minute, well, 9 minutes and 18 seconds to go. Kenzo Craigie is probably going to try and see if he can get to Brackley before he can get to Silverstone at the minute, with the gap he's got. Armand Hamilton solo in second. Right. Interesting development now. Timo Jungling has got himself. He got himself up into second. He got himself up into 3rd place and went off the track out of the second hairpin. Tricky weather conditions. So Timo Jungling at the minute. Well, Mateo Radenkovic still showing in 13th place at the moment. So a lot of changes happening up and down the order. But now the dogfight begins as Thomas Behrmann is closing in. The Jaws music is ringing and burning into my eardrums at the moment. Thomas Behrmann closing on Timo Jungling, who runs wide, trying to get the traction, trying to get the purchase down on the asphalt. Nearly went wide, nearly allowed Behrmann to get through. Behrmann runs a little bit wide. Oh, a little bit of a touch between him and Casper Schaumanns. Archie Clark has got the ringside seat for this one. Maybe he can channel the rally. Oh, yes, he has. Well, well, you know what? His granddad, God bless him, rallying pedigree, and Archie Clark is using the most amount of tarmac possible. He's sideways coming out of the second hairpin. Back end steps out a little bit as a couple of touches with Casper Schaumanns. But now that means that Archie Clark moves up into 7th position. And that puts him on 46 points. But this is where things get interesting, folks, because Joshua Graham is ahead of Armand Hamilton. And this is starting to change things now. It can also depend on what happens. Now, Casper Schaumanns has just been effectively getting past Thomas Behrmann, who's wrestling with the steering wheel, going through off of the Litchfield Bridge. Behrmann's got the inside line. Schaumanns runs a little bit wide. And down they go once again into the first hairpin. Behrmann takes the defensive line. Schaumanns slots in behind. Still side by side. Oh, right. Yellow flags. Yellow flags heading into the Bruno Ferrari S's. They've now been retracted. Ah, right. The rain has decided to come back again, folks. Rain is inbound with 6 minutes to go, plus an additional lap of this race. Well, this just goes to show that the weather up until just probably about an hour ago was pretty scorching, and now we've got the other end of the spectrum. We've had thunder, we've had lightning, we've got another downpour happening as we speak. Oh, right. Big development, because I've just spotted that Matej Radenkovic was just in 26th position. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe I've just said that. 26th position for Matej Radenkovic. Well, that's going to be 27 points in the final. 560. Well, I'm just looking at his at the minute. He's 22nd at the minute. That's 31 points. Oh, Timo Jungling, you've got to do something. You've got to make up 2 places, because the way I see it, Timo Jungling now currently, well, Timo Jungling now 5th. That's 48 points. And looking at the drop scores at the moment, well, Timo Jungling's worst scores, 89 points. Timo Jungling, what he needs to do, he needs to get second. If he gets second, that is going to make all the difference. And that'll be 1 point in it. 1 point in it. So now, and Timo Jungling's dropping. Timo Jungling is dropping down the order. He's now 6th. Kasper Schormans is not too far behind him. Timo Jungling, it's going to start slipping away the opportunity to become the European champion. And what's happening with Armand Hamilton? Armand Hamilton at the minute currently running in P5. That's 48 points. Well, we could have a development on our hands here. Archie Clark now 4th and climbing. It might not be enough, even if he wins the race. Archie Clark might have the opportunity to get himself a bit further up the order if he can end it with a high, with a win. You know what? It doesn't. That young man has been an absolute revelation in this championship this season. I don't care what anybody says. But 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Adam Wooden looks to have retired. Ollie Wise out. Matej Radenkovic still in 22nd. Timo Jungling still in 6th. Kenzo Craigie. I cannot believe I'm saying these words. Kenzo Craigie has brought himself right into the mix, because at this moment in time, based on drop scores, best 10 out of 12 results, I make it that Kenzo Craigie is just 1 point behind Matej Radenkovic. If Radenkovic has a drama in the next 2.5 minutes, Kenzo Craigie, who coming into this round was 5th in the championship standings, he could be your runner-up this year. The amount of belief that not only Argenti Motorsport, run by one of the main men at Mercedes AMG Petronas Motorsport, who also helped to run the Mercedes junior team, Ron Meadows. The amount of opportunity that Kenzo Craigie has got at his hands, and here on home soil, at the home of British karting, he is that close. He's about 3 minutes away for doing the clean sweep by taking pole position, taking all 3 victories yesterday, and he caps it off with the 2 wins today. His lead over Joshua Graham is now 3.8 seconds. Things are still changing in the order. I'm keeping an eye on Matej Radenkovic at the moment as Kenzo Craigie. Oh, Radenkovic has started work, has now started to move up a little bit more. And now the gap expands to 3 points. 3 points. Kenzo Craigie has done everything he can. Done everything he can at this point. But Matej Radenkovic is just probably the best part of 2 minutes away from taking that checkered flag for the final time, as Joshua Graham and Fast Freddie Lloyd battle it out for second place. They're gunning for a step on the rostrum getting a trophy to take home, as now on to the penultimate lap of the season for Junior Rotax for 2023. Kenzo Craigie lead is 4.7 seconds and climbing. He heads up to the Litchfield Bridge for what will be the penultimate time. Joshua Graham looks to cap things off in style for Argenti Motorsport here on home soil at Paul Fletcher International. And Team Evolution's Fast Freddie Lloyd rounding out the top three, but Archie Clark is not too far behind them. Right, 236 has just parked up Oliver Majewski. So yellow flags out at the second hairpin. Timer expires right now. That's it. 11 minutes are up. Joshua Graham still leads Fast Freddie Lloyd through the Fullerton Essays as Archie Clark is doing his utmost to try and catch them up in the dying moments. But the last lap board will now be seen very shortly by the 244 of the United Kingdoms. Kenzo Craigie from Argenti Motorsport. He comes across the line. He is more than likely, he's going to be the only driver, apart from Mateo Radenkovic, that has done a clean sweep in the heats, the pre-finals and the finals. Radenkovic did that at Val d'Argenton back in late May, but about 3.5 months later, here we are. Well, yeah, more than 3.5 months. It's more like 4.5 months later, it feels like. Feels like an eternity. But it's the best part of 4 months, 3.5 months since Val d'Argenton, where we have now ended up at Paul Fletcher International. Kenzo Craigie is not that far away, but 20th position is another point I am earmarking for right now on the way things might stand. But the thing is, what could happen right here? The last lap board still being shown to some of the drivers, double waved yellows, but now the double checkered flag might be out. I think Radenkovic will 20th position. Still could give him a possibility, but Kenzo Craigie takes the clean sweep here at Paul Fletcher International. Freddie Lloyd takes second. Third, it's going to be Archie Clark. Archie Clark manages to get third position. That's going to put him on 480. He's had a noble effort this season. Kenzo Craigie crossing line takes 497 points with drop scores. 5-second penalty going to the 266 of Harrison Whitcomb. Now, I'm keeping my eyes on one driver. That driver's just finished. Mateo Radenkovic. 19th position. Gives him 34 points and provisionally by 2 points this season. I can say with provisional clarification, official clarification to come, that I make it Mateo Radenkovic, the young Belgian hotshot from Bouvin Power by one of the narrowest of margins in Euro Trophy history, I think has just become the Junior Rotax European champion here. But we will confirm that in due course via our social medias. But provisionally, I think it can only be close. Radenkovic might have just picked up the title. He had to keep his nose clean, keep out of trouble. Sky Parker finishes in 21st ahead of Boris Maximov, Lewis Goff, Sebastian Koch, Casper Nissen, Olivier Jonkers, Matthias Jellerup, Zayn El Homosani. Lucas Blanford had a great showing in the heats. It hasn't been the greatest finals day, but you know what? Lucas Blanford has had a big experience this weekend. He finishes 29th ahead of Krit Knorren. Thomas Rudokas out with 1 lap to go. Oliver Majewski, Adam Wooden, Ollie Wise and Taze Stevens. A couple of drivers have been given 5-second time penalties post-race. Harrison Whitcomb being one of them. And also, so is Casper Schormans, who drops to 8th. But there we go. That's the juniors completed. One more race to go. Now it's time for the 37th and final race of this season of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here in 2023. It's DD2 and DD2 Masters closing out the show, as we have done since April in 2018. Let's take you through your starting grid for the final time. David Outleichner will have Martin van Leeuwen alongside him. If van Leeuwen stays exactly where he is, he becomes the new champion. Outleichner and Enzo Bol, based on my calculations, they are second and third respectively. They're battling for the other ticket for the grand finals this year. Nicolas Picot is leading the way in DD2 Masters based on drop score by just 7 points. He starts fourth. Tristan Rennie and Lucas Pernod, they are on row 3. Maxime Didic starts 7th ahead of Bradley Barrett. Matthias Lund and Dennis Thum ran at the top 10. Martina Stankovičius, Nicolas Guillaume, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Victor Frostbay and Jakob Bezel and Ed Matthews are on the grid, bringing up the rear of the 16-strong field. So the drivers now going on to their formation lap ahead of their final race. And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, it is the final race under the stewardship of Camp Company GmbH for the Euro Trophy, and it has been an absolute pleasure for us all over the last 6 seasons. So 14 minutes plus an additional lap here at Paul Fletcher International will decide our final 2 titles. And what's more, it will decide the final 3 tickets for this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. They will take place in 84 days' time amidst the sands of the Persian Gulf at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit in December. And with the sunshine trying to break through the grey clouds above, just off of the Litchfield Bridge, we are ready to go racing one final time. And there is, I think, well, that's that's Bradley Barrett. I think he just tried to get into formation there. He will start on the outside of row number 4. The red lights ignite on the starting gantry for the 37th and final time this weekend as we go revs up. Let's race one final time as the lights go out and Outleichner leads the field going into the Bruno Ferrari S's on the opening part of this 14-minute plus an additional lap race. Second looks to be Van Leeuwen. Third is Enzo Bol as they are making their way up the hill over the Litchfield Bridge on the opening time. Through turn 4, down the dip, accelerate. Oh, Enzo Bol just had a bit of a moment there. He's now down to 3rd. And Nicolas Picot is now starting to get himself a bit closer to the top 2. And he's looking towards the outside of Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Goes very, very wide. Punches the throttle. And straight away to the left-hand side, Picot gets through on Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. And that is for 2nd overall. Now, I can't remember in the Euro Trophy whether we've had a race... Well, we haven't had a race winner in DD2 and DD2 Masters when you put them together. We might have one here if Nicolas Picot has anything to say anything about it. Oh, careful there between Outleichner and Van Leeuwen. They're battling over the lead for DD2, but Nicolas Picot, after lap number 1, is leading the race, and he's a country mile ahead of the other 2 competitors. And, oh, dearie me, Bradley Barrett has just been given the black flag by Race Direction. Black flag for Bradley Barrett. And he will have to park it within the next 3 laps. But Nicolas Picot leading the way by nearly 4.5 tenths of a second. Down the hill they go. Tristan Rennie now starts to close on in. And Enzo Bol is not having the best luck at the minute. The reason being, he is now down in what will become 7th position. Make that 6th in DD2 because of Bradley Barrett getting the black flag. Well, Martinas Stankiewicz, if anyone might remember, Wackersdorf, DD2 Masters Heat number 2 last year. All 3 wide going into Bobby Game corner. Careful, careful. Martin van Leeuwen ran the outside of Tristan Rennie, coming out of Bobby Game corner, lit up the rear tyres, got the traction. Rennie went, no you don't. Outlichner says, yes, here I go as well. They're in 2nd, 3rd and 4th overall. Picot is now going to start romping it. Well, he's going to try and see if he can get away to the distance. So Bradley Barrett will now see the black flag, and he will have to park it next time around or within 3 laps or get excluded from this session. So Picot leads by just under 7/10 of a second. And now we've got a battle for 2nd position. And now that is David Outleichner, I think I've just spotted, that's just dropped from 2nd to 4th. But from DD2 race lead, class lead, he now drops to 3rd. Well, that is going to be interesting for Enzo Boll. Now, looking at it from this perspective, Nicolas Picot and right. Now, in the greater scheme of things, Dennis Thum has just gone into 7th place. So 2 DD2 Masters carts in front of Enzo Boll puts him 6th. And that is 47 points. This could make things a little bit interesting now, folks, because puts him on 93 total drop scores. David Outleichner at the moment will be running in P3 in DD2. Well, it just depends on what happens behind Nicolas Picot. Well, actually, at the minute, well, Tristan Rennie's got the race lead. Nicolas Picot is 2nd. Outleichner and Van Leeuwen. Right. That means Outleichner has got 52 points. And he's only 6 away. Yellow. Right. 3 wheels on the wagon off of the Bruno Ferrari S's. The first one happened with Archie Walker in seniors. And that is... it is Enzo Boll. Enzo Boll, and that's taken part of the stub axle with it. That means Enzo Boll, being a non-finisher, that has taken away his ticket to the Grand Finals. Oh! Heartache for the young Dutchman. Heartache for Enzo Boll after such a great bit of work. He was 6 points ahead of David Outleichner. And now Outleichner does not need to battle Van Leeuwen. Van Leeuwen is on the verge of becoming a new champion. And by my recollection, looking through the Roll of Honour here for the Euro Trophy, the last champion was Dennis Thum, Germany. The previous, well, no, that's DD2 Masters. My apologies there. Kimber, UK, last year. 2021, Peter Bezel, Czech Republic. 2020, Zander Schriblak, Belgium. Jakob Bezel in, it was Peter Bezel in 2021, Jakob Bezel in 2019. And in 2018, Martin Henkel Mortensen did a number of everybody and even wrapped up the title before we got to the season finale at Wackersdorf. So that basically makes it Denmark, Czech Republic, Belgium, Czech Republic again, UK. 5 different nations will have had a title won out of 6, because now Van Leeuwen is going to put it, well, Van Leeuwen, he's done enough. Van Leeuwen just needs to bring it home. Outleichner also just needs to bring it home in order for him to be at the end of it all said and done. That's it, job done. I've got my ticket. So it's 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go on the timer. Tristan Rennie is leading the way. Nicolas Picot could be the 2nd Frenchman in 6 years. Following on from Paul Louveau, that was a little bit of a moment there for Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Careful, Martin, keep it on the track. halfway through the race. And at the moment, well, Enzo Bol, I could see the body language from him. That's a real shame for the 15-year-old from the Netherlands. One of the new young breed jumping from junior to DD2, deciding to move away from seniors, or not going in through to seniors. Hang on a minute. I'm seeing something here that I never thought I'd be saying. Now, it might be the case, I might be corrected, but this is just a provisional thought. Even with 6 minutes on the clock, if Enzo Bol finishes in 13th position, he's taken the start. He might still, you know what, if he has, yeah, Tristan Rennie scored points in the heat, so, you know what, I don't think Enzo Bol might be at a loose end anymore. The reason being, but there is one caveat here. There is one big caveat. That if Lucas Pernod, well, hang on a second, I think this might be changing again, because now David Outlashner is ahead of Martin van Looyen from the Netherlands. Okay, van Looyen's pretty much got the title in the bag, let's be honest about that. But it still could be 1 point. If Lucas Pernod manages to get past Outlashner at some point, if Outlashner falls foul of Van Looyen, but Van Looyen is 1.1 seconds up the road, Pernod is 1.1 seconds behind Van Looyen. As careful, Jakob Bezel. Matthias Lund was right up the inside of him, I think, and just got through. Well, there's Pernod, and he's right, well, Tristan Rennie has put in the fastest lap of the race. I'm not at all surprised, mastering these wet weather conditions at the moment. And he's done a 1 minute 17.114, so Tristan Rennie on course to take a win on UK soil in the gearbox category for the first time in a very, very long time here on UK soil. For those wondering, DD2 and DD2 Masters do not run in the United Kingdom. We normally have like Senior Rotax 162 and Rotax 177, which then means that those drivers will go into DD2 or DD2 Masters at the Grand Finals if they qualify through the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. And now David Outlashner has got himself in front of Nicolas Picot. Picot at the moment, it's 5.29 for Picot. Toom, 5.22. Tankevicius, 5.21, according to the drop scores that I've calculated. We still have 3.5 minutes to go. Now the rain has subsided once again. Still surface water on the track here at Paul Fletcher International. We are at the final throes of what has been an intense season. We started back on the 14th of April at the home of Karting Genk, the home of champions Karting Genk in Belgium on the 14th of April. And now just 84 days away from the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. And I'm looking for, because if people are wondering, am I going to be there in Bahrain? Yes, I will. I will see everyone that has qualified through the B&L Karting Series, through the Euro Trophy, through Nordic, through Latvia, through Lithuania. The list goes on as we come to the final moments of this race weekend here on the on-track action. And Martin van Looyen is now down. Folks, get this. He's down into 4th. That's not really going to make an indent on his championship lead, is it? Not much. Actually, that's going to better his score, to be honest with you. If he finishes 4th, it will be his lowest score of the season. He's had a 52, a 49 this weekend. That puts it on 101 points. And Ed Matthews has pulled the kart into pit lane as we're into the final 2 minutes plus one additional lap. Tristan Rennie makes his way through into the second of the infield hairpins here at Paul Fletcher International. And Martinas Tankevicius is trying to close, well, he's fast running out of time, is the man from Vilnius. And he's just put in a personal best lap of 1 minute 17.961, but Dennis Toom in the wet is a significant amount quicker. 1 minute 17.266. Now we're into the final 55 seconds plus an additional lap of the race meeting and also of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season here at Paul Fletcher International. As there is the 405 and Maxime Didix from Belgium coming across the line. So we're now on to what is going to be our penultimate lap of the racing season. Now it comes to the final moments of when the last set of double wave checkers from our flag marshal Ryan, who's been absolutely brilliant on the gantry this weekend. Thank you to him for bringing out the special party piece here at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit. Timer has expired for the last time here on Sunday, the 10th of September. Last light board being shown to Tristan Rennie, who makes his way through the Bruno Ferrari S's for the final time, up Uncle Tyrone's banking. Now onto the Litchfield Bridge for what will be the 12th and final time. Dennis Toom in the meantime. Oh, he's caught Nicolas Picot. We could have a development on our hands. Dennis Toom, I hate to think it could be very, very strange what happens right now. It could be, get this, folks, Picot could win. Well, Dennis Toom, he's got to try and get past. If he gets past Picot, he's done the double. He'll become the first ever two-time Euro Trophy DD2 Masters champion. Can Dennis Toom do the unthinkable? Can he again qualify for Team Germany? He's side by side through the second hairpin. Dennis Toom trying to get the crisscross. Dennis Toom trying to get the crisscross on the run to the Fullerton S's. In the meantime, Tristan Rennie, and there they are. There they are, they're squabbling. But out of the final corner very shortly as he's sideways into the Mike Wilson complex, it's Tristan Rennie. Tristan Rennie is going to win on home soil here for Craft Motorsport. Killian and the team will be delighted. He celebrates and punches the air. Tristan Rennie wins in DD2. Second, it's going to be David Outlechner. Third, Lucas Bernard. Félicitations, Monsieur Canada. And out of the final corner, it's going to be the run to the line. Dennis Toom knows it. Picot wins. Picot becomes champion in DD2 Masters right to the end of the line. Dennis Toom punching the steering wheel in complete frustration. And Picot repeats the feat of another Frenchman, such a character that was with us back in 2021, Paul Louveau. But now it's time for the final double wave checkers, the Trent Valley Kart Club specials. Ryan, thank you very much for bringing that party piece out for our finals this weekend. Tristan Rennie takes the final race victory of the season ahead of David Outlechner, who by my calculations, by a single solitary point, books his place with Team Poland in Bahrain. David, well done. I'm sure the likes of my good friends at Bartosz at Karting Report and everybody else, even Slavomir Moransky, and the guys at Wyżerkalski Motorsport who know David so well, along with the rest of the family in Poland and in Wales. Lucas Pernaut signs off. He's going to be there for Team Canada in Bahrain, but he rounds off the season with a third place finish. Picot by 0.430 seconds and 1 point. Pretty much provisionally secures this year's DD2 Masters crown ahead of Denis Toul. Martinas Stankiewicz, well, you know what? Martinas has been in the top 3. He's been a shining beacon of DD2 Masters racing in the last 2 years that he's competed in the Euro Trophy. Thank you very much to Martinas. Jakub Bezel finishes 7th ahead of Victor Frostbay. Martin Van Leeuwen, Maxim Dirks rounds out the overall top 10. Matthias Lund, Nicolas Guillaume and Ilias Kaliakmanis round out the top 13. Ed Matthews finishes after 7 laps in 14th. Enzo Boll with 3 wheels on the wagon. He's probably going to get 3rd in the championship. He retires on lap 3, and Bradley Barrett being provided with the black flag on the final, on the opening lap of the race. I'm going to cast my mind back for a moment, so bear with me for a couple of minutes. 20th of April 2018, a certain Anglo-German commentator, wet behind the ears, decided to go to the home of champions, karting Genk. From then, the journey began. The Euro Trophy visited Italy, Sweden, Austria, Germany. Gary Shale, get your backside in here. I want you in here. Come on. And you too, Pete. Gonna get the guys from Jag Engineering in here. Come on, boys. These 2 guys, Pete and Gary, they're shy. They're shy. But you know what? It's been 6 years since we at Camp Company GmbH have been part of the Rotax family and being the torchbearers for the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. We have to say a few thank yous. Firstly, to the entirety of the Paul Fletcher International Circuit, the Trent Valley Club, staff, marshals, people such as Paul Fletcher, Nigel Edwards, Claire Mills, Danielle Short, Ken Potter, Dan Ashton, David Manchester, Ryan, our flag waver on the start gantry, all the marshalling crew around here, everyone down in the Torsion bar and cafeteria, and everyone else behind the scenes, Meditech that have been on site with regards to medical assistance. We have to say a big thank you from everyone, from the bottom of our hearts here at Camp Company, for allowing us to host our final event as the promoters and organisers of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy here on United Kingdom soil. For me, it's a personal, emotional moment because I joined this championship, joined a motley crew who I've got to know and got to love as friends and also, more importantly, family. We have to say a big thank you to every single one of the drivers, every single one of the teams, every single one of the families that have been part and parcel. You all have helped us with your support and feedback. It really does mean a lot to us. I have to say a personal thank you to Steffi, Thomas, Julia, Margaret, Daniel, Martin, Mike, Dave, everybody that's been part of it, Patsy, Peter, who else? Paul Clarkson. You definitely opened my eyes over the last 6 years. It has been a very, very wonderful time for myself, Alex Goldschmidt. Well, as Vinnie Jones once said, it's been emotional. We would also like to extend our big thank you to the team over at BRP Rotax in Austria for allowing us to be the torchbearers for the Euro Trophy since April of 2018. We'd like to say also thank you for your trust, confidence in us, and we wish the new promoters, our Italian friends over at WSK Promotion SRL, who take the mantle as we pass the torch of Rotax racing standard in Europe to them. A big thank you to everyone that has interacted with us on our social media channels. for the past 6 seasons. Everyone that's watched every live stream, every single race that has transpired, we thank you all for your support. Believe you me, it is an emotional time for me signing off right now, but I'd like to leave you with one passing and finishing thought here. Don't be sad that it's over. Be proud that those moments happened. Thank you very much. Very good luck to everybody at the Grand Finals this year. Take care, goodbye, and thank you for your support once again. And we have, for our friends at Rotax, after a little video about the Grand Finals, something special we'd like to deliver to you right now. Thank you.
Can you hear it? 1 week where the silence is broken. "394 drivers, 60 nations, united in their goal to be the best, the very best."
This is the most equal race in the whole world. I will win. There's no opportunity.
No one has ever won junior, senior and DD2 before, and that's what we're aiming for this week.
1 week where every second counts. Every corner, every pass. The competition does not get tougher than this, closer than this, more intense than this. Seven days full of pride, passion, your nation, your roots. Our family is united from all corners of the globe, now together as one. 1 week to change your future, your career, your life. The time is now. Be bold, be brave, be brilliant. Stand tall and celebrate. This is your week. And when all is said and done, and the silence returns, 12 months of hard work is about this week. 1 week. The 2022 Rotax Grand Finals.